Hello and welcome to 90 Days. My name is Kevin and I am on my 19th day of 90 days of web development. So we've done a lot of CSS so far. Yesterday we looked at positioning using floats and doing a couple projects, using absolute positioning and relative positioning and maneuvering objects around. Maneuvering the divs, positioning of divs, and yeah, that was interesting. But excited to do today's topic. Today's topic is going to be attribute selectors. So there's not a whole lot content for that one, but we'll see how it goes. We're going to do a quiz on accessibility. We have a review of yesterday's content, yesterday's module on positioning, and then today we'll do attribute selectors, working with attribute selectors, building a balance sheet, and that's it. We have three things to read and a workshop, so that's probably going to just take a couple pomodoros. We'll probably be done by three pomodoros. So how this usually works, or how it's been working, has been I will do 5 pomodoros of 24 minutes apiece, and after 5 pomodoros, we will take a lunch break, and then come back and do 5 more of the same type. Okay. So let's go ahead and get started here today with the agenda here. So let's start the session. We gotta open up our free code camp. Quiz on accessibility. That's what we're gonna do. So let's find that one. And so in the afternoon, I think I'm probably going to work on the responsive web design book. And that's going to be from, I think Ben Frayne is the name. Ben Fane or Frayne. So let's tackle this accessibility quiz here. Not a lot of content. We only have to answer 9 out of the 10 questions correct to get this passed. So why do we need to have good color contrast on the page? Well, it makes important elements of the page stand out. No, it's more for make it more accessible and readable. Which of the following tools allows you to enter background and foreground colors and check their contrast ratio? I mean, don't both of these work? The TPGI? And then I think we did both of them, I thought. Which of the following tools allows you to pick background and foreground colors from content displayed on your screen and check the contrast ratio? I guess it's that one. And why should you not use display none, visibility hidden to visually hide content that was displaying none and visibility none? They hide it from the accessibility tree, so it removes it from the accessibility tree, which is like it's a kind of derivative of the DOM tree, and is another way to show the structure of the site, and so that assistive technologies like screen readers and stuff can read that. So it's a structure used by screen readers to read the text content of a web page. Interpret and interact with the content on the web page. Well, that's interesting. It could be this. I'm not sure. This could be referring to the DOM, though. Oof. Is it only for reading text? I'm not sure which of the following ensures that an image has a minimum width of 400, but becomes wider when the viewport width is greater than 1000. So we want it to have a minimum width of 400. So we're using the max here, the max function in all these. So you want to have the max of 400 pixels and something else that goes larger. Okay, so setting, oh my gosh, I mean, will all of these kind of do that? So is greater than 1000 pixels. So so it needs to become wider when it's, we got to do math on this. So 20% of the viewport width is going to be 500 pixels. So that's larger, right? I mean, or 50, wait, no, not 500, 50 pixels. So that's not larger. So it needs to be very small, or much larger, I mean. 40 is going to be 100 pixels. Is it not? Or wait a minute. Or wait, what? What am I thinking? Oh my god. 20% of that. So it's 1/5. So it'd be a 200. Is that what it is? 200. Yes. Okay. Gosh. Oh my god. Ugh. 200, and then this is 300, and then 400 is it's the same though. It goes wider at there. I'm confused. 30% of the viewport width is 300. 300 pixels. 10 is 100. This is going to be 400. So when the viewport width is greater than 1000, then it will be, oh right, yeah, it will go bigger. But if it's under, okay, this is oh, that's a, I'm not ready for that. I was not ready for doing math here for that one. Which of the following scroll behavior values allows a smooth scrolling behavior? Well, how about smooth? And which of the following features is used to detect the user's animation preference? That was prefers a reduced motion, and you could like use that in a media query. Now, which of the following is an accessibility issue of the placeholder attribute in an input? So can be confused with an actual input value. What does the hidden attribute do? It hides content visually, but the content is available in the accessibility tree. No, that's not true. I think it hides content both visually and from the accessibility tree. So let's go ahead and give that a go, and we did get 9 out of 10. It's probably the first one. Wait, which one was it? This one. Yeah, so it is this, so you can interact with it. I thought that was going to be it. I wasn't sure if it was only for reading or if it was for interaction as well. So because like the DOM, you can just like tab over elements and stuff and tab through focus, like from focus element to focus element. That's why I got confused on that. So accessibility readers then have different ways of navigating web pages. Just interesting way. It's interesting to think about that, and I wonder how you can go about testing those things from a, you know, the way that someone who uses assistive technologies would use them. I think you have to do some like actual tests with them. You know, user studies. You know. So now we got to review our positioning on that one. So did we take any notes? I didn't take any notes from yesterday. So we'll go and we'll just check off the CSS accessibility. Working with floats. Okay. Okay. The index property. There's not a whole lot here. That's weird. Let's open that up. This is going to be a review, and we know that this is your CSS. And do a control paste. I want all of the formatting and everything there as well. And then I'll just do my HTML CSS thing here. Copy and paste those things so we have that down there as well. And then we're going to go and replace this one. And this other one. And this other one. And another one. And another one. Okay. There we go. We're going to shrink this down just a tad here. There we go. That looks good. Working with floats here. Let's see. This is the CSS review. Positioning review. So working with floats, the definition of a float, it's used to remove an element from its normal flow on the page and position it either on the left or right side of the container. And when this happens, the text will wrap around that floated content. Left and right. The clear property is used to determine if an element needs to be moved below the floated content. When you have multiple floated elements stacked next to each other, there could be issues with overlap and collapsing in the layout. So a clear fix hack was created to fix the issue, and we have an example of that here. No, there's no text in there. You put the you put some blank content after, right? And then display it as block content, and then I thought that was the default though, and then clear both so that text gets moved to the bottom. So if we so if we were to add like a paragraph or something here, some text here, it's interesting. Okay, so we're not doing it like that, or okay, but they positioned the float left, float right, and then the box. Background teal color, white. Okay. Clear fix. Div class is clear fix. So we gave it a box and left and right. Okay. Shouldn't that go to the bottom? Or is it like this? I'm confused. The text. Text align center, line height. 60 pixels. Okay. Oops, if you change the line height. Oh, okay. Oh, I think I see what's happening. Right, okay. So then the text is pushing this down. So if we get rid of this, okay, maybe not. What is this doing? This is a kind of bad example, I think. I don't understand what this is doing. If you remove the clear fix thing, all right. Then if I add this, nothing changed. What was the... This is a bad example. Like, there's nothing changing here? What was the point of this? I don't know if they understand what the floats are. There was a better example on the MDN docs that you could play around with. This does nothing. What? So this is a div that's floating, right? Well, what about, so... so confused. It doesn't do anything. There's text inside of there. The height is 60 pixels, but you're positioning it. Line height of, oh, and then that 10, okay, text align center. And I guess it's vertically centered. So bizarre. So very bizarre. Why they would choose this example? This isn't doing anything. I think what they did was, so if I made this, if I changed the height to something else like 100, okay, and then, yeah, but the clear fix thing's not doing anything. What would happen if I didn't do this? There's no change. What are they talking about? It doesn't. What? Nothing changes. All right, I'm moving on. This is a bad example. That's a like it doesn't work. It's not showing what you want to show, I don't think. Static, relative, and absolute positioning. Static positioning is the normal flow for the document. Elements are positioned from top to bottom and left to right, one after another. Relative positioning allows you to use the top, left, right, and bottom properties to position the element within the normal document flow. You can also use relative positioning to make elements overlap with other elements on the page. And let's see, let's grab that one. Relative element. They're just setting position relative. Again, not a great example. There's nothing really showing contrast between anything. Absolute positioning. This allows you to take an element out of the normal document flow, making it behave independently from other elements. This seems like maybe a better example here. So maybe this unit just isn't ready yet. But I don't think it's I don't think that this module has a lot going for it. It's not very good examples here. Okay, so they have the absolute positioned element as a child of the parent. And they set the position relative. Now, if you set this back to static, this absolute positioning will not work. Or it won't be referencing the parent container. It will be referencing the viewport, right? But if we give this either absolute or relative position, now it's using the Now it's using the parent container as its anchor point. So I think the origin then, because it's from there, corner there, the absolute yeah. So I wish I knew how to draw lines on here, because you can see that there's like 30 pixels. There's a little bit of padding there. There's some padding around there. I just don't know exactly what. Oh, you know what we can do? Let's use the dev tools. So if we inspect this with dev tools, just put it up right over here and shrink that a little bit. Wow, there's a, oh my gosh. so many layers deep just for that. But you know, that's because it's got an embedded interactive editor there. So if I take a look at this body, let's take a look at the layout here. You see there's margin of 8 pixels there. So I'll take a break and come back. So that's what I was just pointing out, that there's a margin of 8 pixels. And so when you don't have it when you have it set to static, then it's referencing the body, which is going to be the viewport. Yeah, not the margin around the parent element. So we'll take a break. Okay, so then to illustrate what's happening here, if we go into the positioned element, then we have the positioned element, there's 0 margin, 0 padding, but there is 30, it's positioned 30, 30, it's kind of hard to see from there. You see the parent. I guess the body. The body has a margin around it of 8 pixels. So there's got to be some margin around the parent, or is that just 8? Now I'm confused. Now there's 8 pixels. If we increase this, okay, that's increasing, right? As it should. Margin top, 8 pixels. Parent. So the parent doesn't have any margin or border or any padding. And it's using the content thing, so we're just going off the content. So what happens if we get rid of this? If we went 0, 0, which I think is what it defaults to. 0, 0. Oh, now it's right underneath the parent, though. Is it because it's displaced by this? It is. Okay, so it's displaced by the content that comes above it. Okay. But what if we explicitly say 0? Now it's over. Yes. Okay, now it's in place over top. Okay. Yeah. There it is. So if we did this as static, you'd see it go to the body. And it's interesting that it is disregarding the margin. Right? It disregards the margin in that case. Huh, that's weird. That is weird. Disregards the margin. Right. So if I inspect this, go back down to here. 8 pixels on the left and the right and the bottom, so 8 pixels all around. The box model is content box block. Yeah, so content box. I would have thought that absolute positioning in the content box model would matter. But it disregards all of the margin and the padding and everything. That is interesting, actually. So as a result, it's like it's like a box border or border box. That's interesting. All right, I'm gonna close that down. We have that fixed and sticky positioning now. Fixed position, when an element is positioned with position fixed, it's removed from the normal document flow and placed relative to the viewport. So we'll play around with this too, because this is something to learn. We really have to play around with this stuff to understand it. So then it stays in place even though you scroll. So even if you're Dave Scroll. This is often used for elements like headers or navigation bars that need to remain visible at all times. Okay. Oh, okay. So there's no content underneath, but you can see this scroll bar on the side moving up and down. Might be hard to see. Let's see if I can zoom in right here. Oops, it's hard for me to do this, but I'm scrolling up and down. It's stuck there. So that's fixed. We didn't really play around with that in any of our activities yesterday. Nor did we do anything really with sticky positioning. So sticky positioning will act as a hybrid between relative and fixed positioning. So initially the element behaves as though it's positioned relatively, staying within the flow of the document. However, once the user scrolls the element past a certain point, it sticks to the viewport and behaves as though it's fixed. So let's test this out. And the sticky on the top and the left. So this is kind of where I was a little not sure of. So it's gonna treat it like it's relative positioning. If I get rid of these, it's relatively placed based on the neighboring element or based on the body. Okay. Well, that didn't stay in place at all. So I need to set a position for it. If I just got rid of that. Okay, well, that kind of works. So then, why does it have to be negative? Why does it have to be 30? It doesn't move over at all. So it doesn't move any further to the left. Can I make it go that way? Or is that only for horizontal scrolling? Is that left part only for horizontal scrolling? Is that what we're talking about? So then if I did this as 0, it'll stick to the top. Do it as 10, then it'll... Okay. Okay, so we have to think about top or bottom positioning is going to be for sticking it to either the top or to the bottom, based on whether you're scrolling down, would be the top, and then the bottom would be if you're scrolling up. So could we do it like that? And if we're scrolling up, I don't know. Does it work that way? If I'm scrolling up, well, scrolling down, it stays there. But what if I'm scrolling up from there? Let's try reversing the order of these. So sticky element is there. But it's still like, it's not gonna, like 100. I don't know. What if we did a whole bunch of stuff here? Oops, I think I was doing the wrong one. Here we go. Okay, and then the sticky element stays there. So if I scroll up, it's still there on the bottom. I don't know when you would ever really want that, but okay. So it always stays at the bottom. Okay, and then the z-index property, it controls the vertical stacking order of positioned elements that overlap on the page. So you can change the order of boxes and such here. So if you set on box 1, if you set this to something with larger number, then it comes up to the top there. If you do it as 3. If it says 2, that's interesting, right? Because, okay, so if they're on the same level, then they just go by order, right? So it's the last placed one goes on top. So you lay down box 1, and then on top of box 1, you lay down box 2. So then if we want to show box 1 on top of box 2, we need to put more, put a z-index of 3 to overlap it on top, or put a larger z-index than what we have on box 2. Okay, we'll self-attest that we have reviewed it, and we certainly have. And let's move this to our notes. And is there anything I didn't move? Because I feel like I may have created some things yesterday that I didn't move over. CSS Accessibility. Notes on closures. I didn't save that. Yeah, so we can move this to quizzes as well. Reviews. Okay. So that takes care of our review there. Now we're done with the accessibility module. Okay. And so now we can move on to the attribute selectors. And there's not much here today, but we'll learn what is the attribute selector, which we've been using. We have used it before. How can it be used to target links with the href and title attributes? So attribute selector in CSS is a powerful tool that allows you to target HTML elements based on their attributes. This means you can apply styles to elements that have specific attributes or even certain values for those attributes. It's particularly useful when you want to style elements dynamically or when class names alone don't provide enough specificity. For example, you can use the attribute selector to target all links that have an href attribute. This is especially handy when you want to apply a uniform style to all links on a page. So if you're specifically targeting, well, I don't know, like targeting links, okay, it has an href property. If it doesn't have an href and it's just a blank anchor tag, why would you ever use that? Like, I don't get it. No, I don't know if that's a good example. This CSS rule will apply a blue color and an underline to any link that includes an href attribute, ensuring that all clickable links are styled consistently. Okay, yeah, well, that makes sense. In case, like, someone forgot to put an href. But attribute selectors can be more specific. Suppose you want to target only the links that have a title attribute. The title attribute often provides additional information about the link and might want to style these links differently to indicate that they have extra information available, and here's how you can do it. Sure, okay. With a title attribute, text decoration is none, and actually when you hover over, there's the link there. Okay, so link changes, and that cursor is coming from the WebKit, I think, from the browser. That says that all default style for the default style is that when you hover over a link, it's going to change the cursor from yeah, there's a couple cursors here. It's going to change it from the pointer to from the cursor to the pointer, and then this one is actually a text. I guess they do it like that so that if you're like highlighting the link and copying the link, so a link with a title attribute. So if it has a title, and so what does the title do though? Example link with a title attribute. So when you hover over, there's a different, okay. So this rule applies bold text and removes the underline from any link with a title attribute. It's a great way to visually differentiate these links from others on the page. You can also combine attribute selectors to get even more precise. For example, if you want to style links that have both href and title attributes, you can do this. Href and title attributes, so you just chain them together. Nice, okay. Alrighty. In this case, only links that contain both href and title attributes will be styled with green text. This level of control is what makes attribute selectors so powerful in CSS. Another example for an attribute selector is to match a single value within a space-separated list of values in an attribute. Here's an example of an anchor element with multiple classes. Ahref being example.com, and you have multiple classes here. If you want to target this specific anchor element, you can use the following selector. Class not equal to primary. What does that mean? Okay, so the adder tilde equal value syntax is used here to target all anchor elements where the class attribute contains the word primary. Got it. Okay. Well, I need to take a note then. Let's see. All elements so EL elements, all, EL elements. Contains the word word in value. Okay, so then the next thing is EL header value target all the EL elements where the class attribute. So the attribute, well, it's not just class, right? Where the attribute the adder attribute is prefixed by a specific value. There we go. Okay, so they have this like button primary large. So any href that is prefaced or prefixed, so anything that starts with HTTPS. Okay. So you can target external links this way, or all secure links this way. And then if you want to target elements where the attribute value ends in a particular value, I gotta put the equal sign there. Use that. All right, we're gonna take a break here. Come back and finish this up here. Okay, let's see. So if it ends in .com, you can style .com site differently. What if you did it the .org and does something different? Cool. Underline dotted. So using that selector targets all anchor elements where the href attribute ends with .com. So if you use attribute selectors, it not only enhances the styling of your web page, but also improves accessibility by making interactive elements like links more distinguishable based on their attributes. So let's do the couple of questions here that they have for us. Okay. So which CSS selector would you use to target all links with an href attribute? Just that one, the A with the square brackets and href inside the brackets. What does the attribute selector do? It targets elements based on their attributes. Obviously, that's what an attribute selector does. They select elements based on their attributes. Okay. Which of the following CSS rules will style links with both href and title attributes? And so that's interesting. You can chain them together. I did not know that you could really do that. So become a supporter. There's a link in the chat for supporting me or Free Code Camp. So how do we use the attribute selector to target elements with the lang and data lang attributes? Okay. When building multilingual websites or handling custom data attributes, you often need to style elements based on the language they contain or specific data values. The lang and data lang attributes, commonly used for these purposes, and the attribute selector in CSS allows you to apply styles based on these attributes effectively. The lang attribute is used in HTML to specify the language of the content within an element. You might want to style elements differently based on the language they are written in, especially on a multilingual website. Here's an example of how you can use the attribute selector to target elements with a specific lang attribute. So this is an English paragraph with the lang set to English, and then lang in italics. So you're gonna, okay, change it there. So this rule applies italic styling to any paragraph element when the lang attribute is set to English EN. This could be useful for emphasizing English text in a document that includes multiple languages. Similarly, you can use the attribute selector to target elements with a data lang attribute. Custom data attributes like data lang are commonly used to store additional information in elements, such as specifying the language used within a specific section of text. So here's how you could use a CSS to target and style elements based on the data lang attribute. Data lang is equal to French. Then I don't understand the point of this. So just specifying the language used. What is the difference? Honestly. So in this case, any P element with a data lang attribute set to French will have its text colored blue. This allows you to quickly identify and style sections of content based on the language information stored in data lang attribute. Attribute selectors like these provide a powerful way to apply conditional styling based on the metadata embedded within your HTML, making your web pages more dynamic and context aware. Okay. So which CSS selector would you use to target all paragraphs where the lang attribute is set to English? There you go. How would you target all div elements that have a data lang attribute set to French? Okay. Which attribute would you use in HTML to specify the language of the content inside? An element? Right, it specifies the language, but then what's the difference? The data lang. I'm very confused. It's okay. Why did you use the same example for both? If you're trying to show contrast, why did you show that it can be used for both? Can you give an example of it being used in a different way? Maybe it would help. Might help learners here. How to use the attribute selector to target ordered list elements with the type attribute. So when working with ordered lists in HTML, the type attribute allows you to specify the type of numbering used, such as numerical, alphabetical, and Roman numerals. The type attribute can be set on an OL, or ordered list element, to control the numbering format. One is for numerical lists. A is for uppercase. Capital I is for uppercase Roman numerals, and lowercase I is for lowercase Roman numerals. I'm just gonna like copy this whole thing. Type property, so we'll just do this here. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. There we go. Okay. So you can use the attribute selector to target an ordered list with a specific type attribute. You can do type A. Interesting. So you can do this right in the ordered list here. So that's actually not the property, it's the attribute. There we go. All right, so that's for just selecting those with that. Okay, so you can maybe change the like font or something. So apply purple text and font weight. Similarly, you can target ordered lists that use lowercase Roman numerals. Right. This rule will change the text color to green for any ordered list that uses lowercase Roman numerals, and the ability to style ordered lists based on their type attribute gives you greater control over the appearance of lists in your document, allowing for customization based on how content is structured. Okay, so alphabetical uppercase is going to be that first option. Lowercase, oh my god, this is such a weak module here, a weak lesson. And you set the type. Okay, and then we're gonna make use of this by building a balance sheet, and so we have what, 66 steps. So let's get our steps going here. Our progress bar. $66 times. This just looks like a bunch of divs, not like a table or anything. So we've got a big div at the top. Inside of the body, actually, we have this big container, which is kind of like our paper. We got this balance sheet. We got this Acme Widget Corp thing right underneath. So it's like an H1 and then an H2. And then we have this big line of items here, 2019, 2020, 2021. How are we laying this out? This is interesting. Because the only thing we really know is flex. So maybe we're doing flex on the row. And then setting the positions. I don't know. That's interesting. I'm curious how we're going to accomplish this without using something we haven't done yet, which is like grid layout. How would I do this with what I know now? So we have then this third type of header here, which is probably just a div that's given a class. It's all the same, like liabilities, net worth, so like a title or something. Maybe we use like the article, like put a main, wrap this all in a main thing, main div, or a main element, and then cache checking. How would I do this? I'm not sure how I specify the spacing and stuff. We probably specify for each of these like the spacing and stuff around them, and justify the text to the right for each of those elements. So inside of each of these, we're gonna make a div for oh wait, what is happening here? We have a div, the cache, and then that overflows on top of there. That's curious. So I'm thinking that we make this whole div. We have the title, the description, and then 3 individual like numbers, like 2019, 2020, and 2021. And do we use absolute positioning? Since we're in this div, we can use relative positioning for cache and use the absolute positioning for the inside here. Because this doesn't feel like a flex thing. It's probably not going to change based on the width and everything. So we're not really doing responsiveness stuff here. So I think that might be the way to go. Let's reset the... There we go. What can I live with? I can live with that, I think. I really want it to be that. So let's open up the preview. We'll put that off to the side. This might be difficult to see because they're going to take a while for us to set up the background, I think. Start off by linking our style sheet. Okay, here we go. Okay, and then inside the body element, we're going to nest a section element. Right, so I thought we were doing these section things within a main element. That's exactly what I thought we were going to do with the, at least considering the main element and stuff. There we go. Save it, move along. Okay, so within this section, we're going to add an H1 element with a nested span element. And some screen readers announce HTML elements based on the document flow. So we will eventually want the balance sheet to have a heading of balance sheet and a subheading of Acme Widget Corp. However, this order does not make sense if announced by a screen reader, so we're going to give our existing span the class set to flex. And we're going to add 2 span elements within this. The first, we're going to give the text Acme Widget Corp. The second is just going to be balance sheet. We will use CSS to reverse the order of the text on the page, but the HTML order will make more sense for a screen reader. Interesting, okay. So the tip there, I guess, is write the HTML with screen reader in mind, the way that a screen reader is going to read through, and then use CSS to style it the way that you want to display it to somebody who can see it, or to sighted people, or to anyone that's just using the page visually. Below your H1 element, create a div element and have an ID attribute of years. You want this particular element to be hidden from screen readers, so we're going to give it an ARIA hidden attribute to true. Then within this div, we're going to add 3 span elements, giving them class attribute of year, and we'll just give it 2019 for the first one, 2020, and 2021 for the third one. Then below this div, we're going to add a new div element, And we're going to set the class equal to table wrap. We probably want to hide this from the reader as well, don't we? Or no? To be the container for tables. Within that, we'll add 3 table elements. We'll be using CSS to style these into a single table, but using separate tables will help screen readers understand the document flow. Okay. HTML tables use the caption element to describe what the table is about. The caption element should always be the first child of a table. So we're going to give this caption element the text assets. And we're going to give a T head and T body element. And only to the first one here. And we're going to use TR elements to indicate a table row. We're going to add a TR element within a T head element. And in this row, we're going to add 3 TD elements. Followed. Oh, wait, no. 3 TH elements. That's what we're doing. Oops. The TD elements indicate a header, a data cell, while the TD element indicates a header cell. I think they mean the reverse. You want 1 header and then 3 data cells. So I think they want that backwards. Should flag this because I think that's a mistake. I think that's a mistake, although I don't know. I don't know what they might have up their sleeve now. Okay, let's take a break. We'll be back in 4 minutes. Okay, so we are here, and it looks like they maybe didn't make a mistake with this. So I'm curious, why are we doing this like this? You have a data element, and then inside of, so this is inside of the header, so we're choosing 3 different header elements. Okay. All right, so within each of the new th elements, we're gonna nest a span element, and we're gonna set the class to hello Bumpus, SR only and year. Okay. Right. Okay. And I'm just gonna copy these and then delete the old ones. And then inside of the span, the third one, the class is going to be set to current. And so inside of here, we have 2019, we have 2020, then we have 2021. Okay. We're going to give our third th element the current, which we did already. We're going to leave that td element empty right now. It exists only to ensure your table has a 4-column layout, and associate the headers with the correct columns. So the header, the th element, should have the class set to current. Okay, I got it. Here we go. Within the t-body element, we're going to add 4 tr elements. We're going to give the first 3 class attributes set to data, and the 4th will be set to total. Now, in the first tr, we're going to add a th element. And in this element, we're going to have a text that says cache. This is the cache we currently have on hand. We're going to wrap cache in a span element. Oh wait, wrap everything but cache in the span element. Okay. And in the span element, we're going to set the class to be description. And then following that, we're going to add 3 td elements. Yeah, inside here. td elements with the class, I guess, of nothing. It's just going to be the text here. And this last one is going to have a class of current. Your first tr should have a th element. Okay, so I see. I just I just need to move. Wait, that one should just be moved down to there. There we go. In the second TR element, we're going to add a TH element. And it's going to have the text checking. And we're going to wrap this span our primary transactional account. We're going to give that the class of description as well, just as before, and then we'll just do the same thing that we had before. I'm just going to copy these items and move them into our TR element. 54, 56, and 53 is the data there. There we go. And we're going to do the same thing here. I'm just going to copy this element, move it down here, and just change the text here. So it's going to be savings. And this is funds set aside for emergency. Then we'll have, oops, this these other elements here. I'm just going to copy them down and then just change the value. There we go. And in your fourth TR element, we're going to add a TH element with the total assets. And so this is basically the same thing. We're just wrapping assets in the span element, but we're going to give this a text of a class of SR only. Then we're going to add another 3 TD elements that have the data for the total. And there we go. So a little hard to see up over here, but we do have the data in there. Zoom in a little bit just to make sure that we can somewhat read this. So a lot of the structures are already there. We just need to do some cleaning up there. So I wasn't expecting them to use the table elements, although that's what I would have done. I just didn't think that we didn't do table stuff, except for in the HTML stuff, and that's been a long time. It's not been what I've been focusing on in this in the past 20 days, or the past, really past couple months. Not even this year, I don't know. Well, yeah, this year, but not anyway. Not recently, not since I moved. The time to move on to your second table. So we're going to start by giving it a caption element. We're going to give we're going to set that to liabilities, and then we're going to add the T head and the T body. T body. And we'll move along, and within the T head, so we're gonna have basically the same kind of stuff here. I think, yeah, I think we're gonna have the same kind of stuff here. Same kind of scaffold. We're gonna add a TR, and then 3 TH elements after the TD element. So the TD element just acts as spacer. There you go. And yeah, so let's see, where are we with let's see, because we did finish that part of this, so we're on building balance sheet. Okay, I did check that off, right? Yeah. Okay. And I can get rid of this stuff. Get rid of that. Wait a minute. Yeah. Okay. There we are. Okay. Ask me later about that. TH elements. Can give each TH element a span element and set it to SR only again. And we're gonna have text in there as well. I'm just gonna copy those, delete that part, and change the last two numbers in there in the span. And then within the T body element, we're gonna add 4 TR elements. Okay. T body. TR. The first 3 will have class attributes, of course, of data. And then the last one will have a attribute of total. Now within the first TR, we'll add a TH element. Loans, and then we'll span this one. This will be the description. Let's see. Oops. The outstanding balance. It's so outstanding. On our startup loan. Okay, and then loans, wrap that text except for loans within that. Yep, so we did all that already. And then we're going to do the same thing as before. I'm just going to copy this thing because I don't want to freaking type all this stuff. Copy this down. We'll bring this down into the TH element. Wait a minute. Oh, under here, right? In the body here, right? The TR class data, right in there. Okay. Sir, we'll put 500 there. 250, and then $0 is the current. We paid it off. Is that what they're saying? Outstanding balance on our startup loan. What did I spell wrong? What did I spell wrong? The outstanding balance on our startup loan. I don't get it. Copy that and paste it. I don't see what the problem is here. Span description. Oh, I gave it a... Oh my god. Span equals description. No, class equals description. That's what it is. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I pay attention to detail, of course. Within the second TR, we're going to add same kind of element. So I'm just going to copy and paste this stuff. Right down there. There we go. And we want expenses. Annual anticipated expenses such as payroll. And we're going to wrap that. We already did that, right? We already did the wrapping. A lot of typing here. Try to do as little typing as I can. Why did that? I forgot to copy that one. 400. Expected. Forgot the comma. There we go. Forgot the comma. Within the third TR, we're going to do the same thing. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy all that stuff. And we'll do credit. Outstanding balance on our credit card. TD elements 50, 50, 75. Who the heck has that? They always pay their credit card. Some kind of fucking adult or something. In the fourth TR element, add a TR. So yeah, okay. So we're just copying all this stuff and just doing the same things over and over and over again. So this is gonna be in the total. So it's basically the same thing. So the total. Total liabilities, wrap the liabilities in a span, but we're going to call that span SR only. Liabilities, total liabilities. 750, 600, 475. There we go. They want you to type all that out. That's craziness. gonna add another caption here at the end of our table because we need one more section here of the table. So the net worth is the final one, the T head, table header, and table body is what we need. Any table-bodied people, I salute you. The R element, right? We're going to do the same thing as before. We can just go back up and copy what we had before. Right? Where was it? Where's the header? Where's that header? There's that header. No, that's not it. Wait a minute. Wait, this is it. Move that down. Table head. There we go. See that? All coding is recoding within the T-body. T-body. Win a T-body award. Total net worth. Oh, that's cool. Last set the total. Peabody Award winners. This will be net worth. -171. These are rookie numbers. You gotta pump those numbers up here. Although they do have a positive net worth, so that's so much better than me. Time to style your table. Start by resetting the box model. We're going to create an HTML selector and give it a box sizing of border box. And now we're going to use the body selector, give it a font family of sans serif. Watch those serifs go away. Bing. And we're going to set the color to a very light color or something. No, actually. Okay, it's a darkish gray. We will be back in a few minutes. Okay. We're on step 30. We're almost halfway there. And let's see, before we get too far into our styling, we should make sure use of the SR only class. You can use the, let's see, you can make elements with this class completely hidden from the visual page, but still be announced by screen readers. The CSS you are about to write is a common set of properties used to ensure elements are completely hidden visually. So I'm going to select span elements that have the class attribute that contains SR only. And in here, we're going to set a border property to 0. And this is going to be the what would they call this thing? I forget what they called this. There's a name to this pattern. I don't know what they called it, but it's very interesting. So they're gonna explain everything, which is good because I didn't understand it before. So the clip property is used to define the visible portions of an element. Let's take a note of that because we might not come back to that. So visible portions of an element. Okay. So if we're setting the clip property to a rectangle of 1 pixel, 1 pixel, 1 pixel, 1 pixel, then the clip path determines the clip path property. Okay, so let's take a note of that as well. The shape of the clip, basically, the clip property. Okay. So we're going to set the clip property, the clip path property, to inset of 50%. I'm not entirely sure what that did. There we go. Now we're going to give these elements different sizes. We're going to size the width to 1 pixel and the height by 1 pixel. Okay. So let's just take a look at what this was before. So I'm going to actually give a background color on the body of white so that we can see what's going on here. Without this, we see the, oh gosh, what happened to our preview? There it is. Okay. Without it, we see these elements here, these headers on here. What we actually want is to make it so that we only see these headers at the top. So far, let's see. We add a border to it. And then, let me actually do this one by one. Let's see. So far, what we did. There we go. We set the clipping, okay? And then the clip path is what makes it disappear. for the inset. So what's happening with the inset here is what I want to know. That is my question. This is something to explore here. Let's look up the clip path property and we'll see what these options are. Inset 50%. Defines or associates a clipping path with the element it is related to. So, animatable, yes. Okay, interesting. Could do some really fun stuff with that. So then what do we... URL myclip? Inset 50%. So I don't see what... Oh, this presentation attribute, that's for the HTML. Yes. Clip path ID. Clip path element. So they did it that way. Okay. We want the CSS property. Creates a clipping region that sets what part of an element should be shown. Parts that are inside the region are shown, while those outside are hidden. Okay. So you can set a circle. Oh, that's actually really neat. I really like that. Okay, and you can set an ellipse. You can set a polygon. You can set a path. Set a rectangle. You can set a... Oh my gosh. That is so cool. And they even have a... They even have the... I don't know why they only have... animation between these two elements, but that's really fucking nifty. So what does inset mean? Because it doesn't show up here. This defines an inset rectangle. From each side of the reference box. It's basically a shape function used to define one of the basic shape data types. So inset here. So 30 pixels all around. 1 rem on top, 2 rem on the right, 3 rem on the bottom, and then 4 rem on the left is what this is. Okay. So, oh wait, what's happening there? That's really nifty. Wait, something changed. It wasn't always this way. Oh my god, I love that. How did I get this to change? How did I get this to work like that? That's so weird. Did I change something? I don't remember doing this. This works so much better. Oh, because it's on the left. It's on the only on the left side. I know when I have it split on the other one. That's why. That's why. Okay. Hang on a second. Okay, let me lock onto here. And then inset of... Oh, that's really cool that they did the animation there. Inset there, and then you can set rounded. Rounded... 20%, 20% round. 20 pixels. So the border is 20 pixels. Yes. Okay, the border is 20 pixels. Top and bottom. Top. Vertically 20%. Horizontally 30%. Is that what we're going with? And then we have this other inset thing. I like those. I like that. That's really cool. Okay, so it's very similar to was like what we did with like borders and border boxes, but I guess like there's a clipping thing that you can use, which is really interesting. I think I might want to use this for like the progress bars and stuff. I'll have to remember this. Inset shape used to pull content over the floated element. Change the offset values. Okay. Okay, so I don't know. So what is happening with this inset is that it's 50% top and bottom. So if you just set this, it's top and bottom. It's 50% of what it was. Which effectively makes it 0 because it's 50%. So I think it's like making padding from the top, so 50% on the top and then 50% on the bottom. So let's try this out because I think that that's what's going on. Try 5% and you should be able to see some of it on the top and bottom. If we try 15%, you see the sides are going away. Is it only in the X direction? Is that what it is? 25% is on the top. Nope, it's coming in from the top and bottom. It's just that you had more space in the verticals. 35%, and then it's basically just shrinking down until we make it disappear. It almost looks like it's overflowing onto the next line, though. Maybe that's just the font. The font looks a little funky. It looks like there's like a pixel. I don't know. I'm seeing things. Okay, so that makes it disappear. And then I don't know why you're setting it as width of 1 pixel, height of 1 pixel. I think that what you're doing is you're basically squishing it down so that it doesn't affect any other visual elements. Okay. Oh, you didn't even see what the... Oh my gosh. Did I have this up when I was doing that? Let me take a look at this. Take a look at this again. So what's happening here? We go to 5%. It's there. We go to 15%. It's shrinking down. So let's go back 20%. 30%. You'll see it squash down from the top as well. 40% and it's almost gone, and then 50% is completely gone. And then I think we set the width and the height basically of this container so that like it doesn't get in the way of any other elements that are relatively positioned. I wonder if you could just like pull this out of the document thing and like position it absolutely so that it's out of the document flow. Okay, and then so I'm gonna add that background back so that we can see this. And I'm gonna stop zooming in from here. There we go. Okay, so So, yes, okay. So what does it mean for the white space then? What does it mean for white space? We set the overflow to hidden. So it's going to hide all the overflow. I think you can actually like hide the overflow from there. No, it doesn't do that. Okay. Like, because I thought that like if you limited the height and the width, then the... Okay, what if you remove the clipping? No, that's not enough to do it. What's the point of the overflow then? Is this just like to make sure, to really make sure that it doesn't show up? A white space no wrap? Okay. Right. I don't understand this. I don't understand it. You need to take these hidden elements out of the document flow, give the... Exactly, that's what I was saying. Position it absolute. And set a padding property to 0. And a margin of -1 pixel, so it's effectively off the page. Or it's actually shrunk. It's shrunk down to 0. Because it's a 1x1 square, then that has a margin of -1 around it, so it's gone. But it's still a little pixel that exists that is off the screen. There you go. Time to clean up the table heading, and we're still not giving this a background yet. And we're not making this pretty or anything. So we're going to style a table heading. We're going to create an H1 selector. We're going to give it a max width of 37.25 rem. That's a very specific number. And we're going to set the margin property to 0 in the vertical and auto in the horizontal. So then we center these. And we're going to give it some padding. And we do have the border box sizing model enabled. So everything will be pushed inward, not pushing it outward from the content. 1.5 rem, 1.25 rem in the horizontal. So if I go back to that, that's what it looks like at the initial scale. I'm gonna zoom in. Wait, how many was that? You go, what is it, 110, 120, and then 150. And is that 200? And then that's 300. I think that's about what I want right here. We'll try that. So the H1 element looks good. We'll try to style our flex container, which was the flex container. Oh, that was the... So the flex container was... No, what was it? Inside of the H1... Oh, right, where we had these two span elements, Acme Widget Corp, and we had the balance sheet. And so we want those on separate lines. So we're going to actually use the column. And we're going to use column reverse because remember, we set this, the order in the HTML for screen readers. And we want to visually display this in a different order. So we're going to reverse the direction using flex. We're going to display flex, and then we're going to set column reverse, or flex direction to column reverse. The other way to do this would be to do flex flow, which would be setting the flex direction and whether or not you wrap around. Column reverse. So without that, it's there. So here's what I'll do. Let's go up and set the color again. Oh my gosh, I might be just better doing the 000s or triple Fs. So this is when it's the flex direction is set. So normally, or by default, it's set to row. And when we flip that around, it goes by column. There we go. This will display the nested elements from bottom to top. And then we want to set a gap property. So the gap between these two span elements, it's going to be 1 rem. So we have a little bit of spacing in between those guys there. And then we're going to use the first of type pseudo selector to target the first element that matches the selector. So still targeting our flex container, we want to target the span that is the first of its type. So that's the Acme Widget Corp as the title, which we could have given it different. We could have given a class of title or something, or an ID of title, and that might have saved us some of this typing here, and made it a little easier to target. But here we are. We're going to target the span element. So I'm going to put the background back to the white, and we'll come back down here. And we will remember that our span elements are reversed, so visually they all appear to be the second element on the page. So we're going to give this a font size of 0.7 M, so it's a little bit smaller. There we go. And we're going to also then target the last of type, same type of thing. Just making the element look a little bit larger by giving it 1.2 M, and you might be able to see that there, you might not. So let's just there we go. So there we go. Okay. So we are almost 2/3 of the way done with this, I think. So we're gonna take a lunch in a minute, and and come back in 40 minutes to finish this one up, and then we're gonna look at open our IDE, VS Codium, and then we're gonna do a little bit of reading the book Responsive Web Design by Ben Frayne and working through the examples there. So before we go, I think we might be able to wrap our table in a section element. So create a section selector and give it the max width property. And we're going to set it to 40 rem. And then we're going to set the, so what happens with that? So kind of moves it around in some way. I don't understand that. The max width is 40 rem. So, okay, so we're widening the amount. It was smaller, now it's bigger. And then we're going to set the margin to 0 in the vertical and auto in the horizontal, and that centers the entire thing. Now we're going to set a border property to 2 pixels solid, and we'll make it a nice little gray color here. And there we go. And when we come back, we're about 60% of the way done. We'll finish this up. So have a good lunch, and I'll see you in about 40 minutes. And we are back. Let's get to finishing up this little workshop here. So part of our table heading is your years. Okay. Create the year selector. Did I do that already? Enable flex. Okay. We have to set the body color. If I can type. Okay, that didn't work. Background. I can't type. There we go. Okay, balance sheet. What changes here? Years. And we're gonna fit to the top of its container with top 0. Is that a thing that we can do? Because I don't think you can do that. Create your year selector. Select flex box. Justify the content to the end of the flex direction. So we're going to do flex or justify content because it's at in the row. Flex end, and that pushes it to the right. Okay, so you got to get this up over here. Let's see. Come on. There it is. There it is. There it is. Okay. Stir. Flex end and then do top 0? That's weird. Make the element sticky? Oh, that's what we're doing. Okay. Position it as sticky. The sticky icky. Top 0. Okay. Nothing happens when we zoom because... Oh, there it is, though. We can see it there. Stays up on there. Okay, there we go. Now we're going to apply some color here. We're going to make the text white by setting the color. And we're going to change the background to a grayish brownish color. Bluish black. Bluish black. He was very good on Daily Show. Back in bluish black. The calc function is a CSS function that allows you to calculate a value based on other values. For example, you can use it to calculate the width of the viewport minus the margin of an element. Okay, give the years a margin of 0 and -2 pixels. Okay, are we gonna like set the background of this thing because the color's off here? So the margin is moved over, and then the padding we're gonna set to 0.5 rem for the vertical or for the top, and then we're gonna calculate the right side to be 1.25 rem plus a little extra. Give yourself a little extra. And then a rem of half a rem on the bottom, and then 0 on the left. Okay. Well, let's go back up to here and set the background. Background color for this as white here. And I need to fix my glasses again. My gosh, I got smudge. Got a smudge here. Smudgy, smudgy, magudgy. Smudgerson, magudgerson. Okay. Okay. Come on, Jeffrey, you can do it. We want to... Oh, wait, so adding the position sticky moved the element into its own stack. To ensure your year's element does not get hidden by different stacks, add a z-index property set to 999 in the year rule. I don't think that was going to be a problem. Oh, okay. There we go. Go back up. Set the background again to white. There we go. Style the text within your year's element by creating a year's span class selector. Oh no. Do I have a scratch right there? Right on my eye hole? A scratch right on my eye hole? Oh no. Scratch right on the eye hole. Oh gosh. That's gonna suck. Let's see. Span class syntax. So spans that are in the year, anything that has a class attribute set regardless of the attribute's value. And now we're going to give a new selector a bold font. So we're going to set the font weight to bold. There we go. You can see that difference there. There we go. And we're going to give ourselves a width of 4.5 rem. Okay, and that's how we're spacing it. Okay. Okay. Well, interesting. Text align should be set right as well. Did they say that? Text align to the right. Okay. There we go. Alrighty then. Go back up, hit the HTML. There we are. I might as well just like copy that. Why don't I just do this body, or at least the let's see. I think it's the main selector. So main background. Just copy that. Now what we'll do is we'll create a selector for the table wrap class, and we'll give it a padding set to 0.75 rem, and then 1.5 rem, 0.75 rem. And what happens if I don't have that on there? Okay, so we're shifting. Everything's kind of just getting shifted to the right a little bit. So we're just adding a little bit of padding on the box. And okay. Number 45. Before you start diving in to the table itself, your span elements are currently bolded, so we're going to create a span, not anything that's not SR only. We're going to set a font weight to normal. There we go. And anything that is not yeah, not a span of not of the class SR only. So the not pseudo selector is used to target all elements that do not match the selector. In this case, any of our span elements that do not have the SR only class. This ensures that the earlier rules for the span class, where the class contains the SR only class, then they're not overwritten. Okay. Rather than having to constantly double check you are not overwriting the earlier properties, you can use the important keyword to ensure these properties are always applied regardless of order or specificity. Give each property in there that do not change it. What? Oh, this is terrible. Oh, this is a terrible idea. Okay. All right, rather than type that all, I'm gonna do the alt select thing. Or can I do it this way? Wait a minute. If I do select and then I do this, I do shift alt line, shift alt line, or is it shift alt C for cursor? No, I don't know what it is. Control alt line, shift alt line. Control alt I. Control alt I. Control alt I. I'll go to the end of the line, back it up 1, put a space there. Important. There we go. That's good typing. It's a terrible idea. Now that you have that, you can remove this thing. Okay, that's great, but that's a terrible practice, though. Wait, you can remove the span from your span selector? Oh, now we can just remove this from it. But why? But why, though? That's terrible. Create a table selector to target your tables. I guess it's not terrible in the context here, because this thing is always going to... we don't want this to ever get overwritten by anything. So I guess it's not terrible. We're going to select the table, all table elements. There's a order collapse property, and actually let's put our background color back there, and we're going to set this to collapse. So let's see what happens here. Okay, what happened? Borders collapsed. So they just kind of lost their borders, I guess. Okay. That allows cell borders to collapse into a single border. Also set the border property to 0. See if that even does anything. No, not really. Okay. And to ensure that the table fills the container, we're going to set the width property to 100%, which probably shouldn't change anything, but okay. Although it does. Interesting. Why does that matter? Oh, for individual tables, right, because the net worth one is not taking up the entire width, as well as the assets one doesn't take up all the entire width. So there we go, and that works there. We're going to give the margin to the top of 3 rem. But we also want to position it relatively. Okay. So position relative, and that doesn't change anything, but we're going to maybe move it around now. Okay, we're going to set our caption. So we're going to create a table caption. I don't know why we can't just select captions. Isn't that the same thing as selecting a caption from a table? I mean, you use fig caption when you're captioning a figure, right? So when do you ever use a caption that's not part of a table element? I don't know. I don't understand. Color is going to be set to 356 EAF. It's very subtle, the change there. And we're going to set a font size of 1.3 M. That will increase it there. And we want a font weight of normal. There we go. Now we're going to give captions to... we're going to give the captions an absolute position. Okay, and that kind of breaks them free of where they were and breaks up the document flow there. And we're going to shift them 2.25 rem from the top, up from the top, and then 0.5 from the left. Okay, interesting. Interesting. We want to select the TD elements and set their width to 4 rem, which then changes. Oops. Oops. 4 rem, which really changes the layout here. It's getting the rem. Why is it different than the rem of the other things? I mean, it doesn't line up with the things above. Oh, because we need a T body? Oh, okay. So it needs to be specifically the TD elements that are in the T body. Because when we had the T header, we had an extra TD element. And that was then giving it an extra 4 rem for that column. So that it was squishing everything and messing up the, messing up the size there. Okay. There we go. We're almost done. We're in the home stretch now. Target all TH elements within the table body. All table-bodied TH elements. Give them a width of the entire container of 12 rem. And that... Wow, that squishes things. So I'm going to shrink this down a little bit. Oh my gosh, this isn't really doing anything, though. Everything's kind of set where it is. Interesting. Okay. Regardless of how we zoom in on this. I guess I might as well just zoom in all the way there. It is now responsive to scaling. We want to calculate 100%. Oh, the entire container minus 12 rem. Okay, I wish I had figured that out on my own. Okay, now we're gonna use the attribute value selector. It's gonna target any element that has an attribute with a specific value. So we'll target the TR elements that have a class of total. Which again, can we not just use total? Like, why? Why would we select them this way? TR elements that are class total. You can also like select like this, can't you? Like the class total, tr.total. Isn't that the same thing? Seems like a weird example here. We're gonna give a bottom border, border bottom, 4 pixels, double, and change the color, which is, yeah, okay. All right, let's see what we did. So, oh wait, you want font weight? Where did you see the font? Make the font bold. I gotta learn how to read. Font weight is bold, so we just make it a little bit bolder. Okay. Oh, it's time for a break. We'll be back in a few. I thought we would be done by now, but let's keep going. Would be the last pomodoro for this, I think. Target the th elements within your table rows, so tr, th, and then we're going to do where the class is total. Again, I'm pretty sure you can just do it like th.total, and I'll show in a second. I think we'll try. Text align, and let me get the background color there. Text align left. That did not do anything, which is strange. Class is equal to total. Th elements where class is equal to total. So it's tr where the class is equal to total, or oh, I see. The total line is what's changing there. And we're going to align the text to the left. We're going to give them a padding 0.5 rem on the top, 0 on the right, 0.25 rem on the bottom, and 0.5 rem on the left. Okay, and then so pretty sure I can just do this. So nothing changes. Nothing changes at all. You can just do this. You can just do this. This is a bad example. It's a bad example of using these attribute selectors. Okay, whatever. It's, yeah, fine. And see, they say that. So let me undo that. Undo that, undo that. Just do that. There you go. Both of them are there. Bad example. Oops. I lost my thing because I copied it. Oh no. Just do the body, or selecting the main element is what we were doing. Background of wife. The key difference between, oh, here we go. Okay. Key difference between class total and that is that the first will select tr elements where the only class is total. The second will select tr elements where the class includes total. Oh, interesting. Okay. So there is a difference. But then why don't we have more classes in the other thing to differentiate this? Why don't we, you know, explicitly show that that would be the difference, that like doing it that way would be different. You know, okay, so the second will select tr elements where the class includes total. So the first is the only. So using the class is equal to total is like that. So it's not the same. So I'm wrong. It's not the same. However, this is the same. That's equal to doing it like that. Those are both the same. Okay. Second, we'll select TR elements with class includes. Yeah. In your case, tr.total will work. You can use the selector to target all TD elements within your total rows that align them to the right and give them padding. Okay. Give them some Paddingtons, 0.25. Got the TD selector. Okay. We're going to use the nth of type pseudo selector to target specific elements based on their order among siblings of the same type. So we're going to use the pseudo selector to target the third element within the total table. tr.total. We can give it a padding on the right, 0.5 rem. Okay. Come a sip otter. A sip otter. Sippity doo doll, sippity doo. Here are the total elements, a hover effect, so we're going to use the hover. It is that, right? It's not the double thing, I think. It's just the background to 99C9FF. Put that thing there. Okay. Yeah, is that what they had before? Because I didn't think that there was a hover thing on the thing before. Okay, select your TD elements. TD elements with the class value of current. Make the font style italic. There it goes. 6 more steps left. Let's give our TR elements that have the class of data, and we're going to give them a background image of linear gradient that goes from the top to the bottom, bottom to the top. At the core, I've forgotten. We're going to give that first stop at 1.845 rem. Gonna start to get that gray going, and then we're gonna go to white 1.845 rem. What did that do? Right, so there is a little gradient. It's kind of hard to even see that anything is going on there, and not sure I understand this. What the goal is of this. It's interesting. I'm going to select the TH elements within the TR data elements. TH, align the text to the left, so text align left. Give them a top padding of 0.3 rem and a left padding of 0.5 rem. So we can do this with one property of 0.3 rem on the top, 0 on the right, 0 on the bottom, 0.5 rem on the left then. There we go. we're going to select the TH elements that have the description from the data rows. Target the elements with the class set to description that are within the TH elements in your data table. Give them a block display. Didn't do anything. Make the font style italic. That didn't change anything. Am I selecting the right things? Okay. Font weight to normal. I don't see that anything's changing. Position them with the padding. Position with the padding? Set to 1 rem on the top, 0 on the left and right, and then 0.75 on the bottom. Is that how that works? I don't think I'm selecting the right things. It doesn't seem... Is there a space here? It must be a space here. There is a space there. Okay, so let's try this again. Setting it to block. I don't think changes anything. Oh, it does. It does change it. So everything gets its new line. Cache, and then the cache on hand has that. Okay, so then we set the description to italics. Font weight goes from... No, we're just making sure that it stays normal. Then we're adding some padding. Now our numbers are out of alignment here. We're gonna add. We're gonna reduce the amount of margin from everywhere. Or actually only on the right. Only on the right here. So without that, nothing's really changing here. We're just making some margin to make way for the data elements. And so span elements now have all... A little easier to see here, but span elements now have more specific styling, which means you can remove the span rule. That doesn't affect anything now. Dollar amounts are currently misaligned. We want to create a selector that targets the TD elements within the data elements. TD, we're going to vertically align the text to the top. So what kind of thing is this, though? Vertically align the text to the top. Is this a... this isn't a flex container, though. Horizontally align text to the right. Okay, we do have that. I know that, but then the padding, 0.3 rem on the top. On the sides is going to be 0.25, and then 0 on the bottom. Okay. It's not vertically aligned yet, though. When they say vertically align, did they say putting a margin of auto and then 0? No. So auto's not going to work. Vertically align the text to the top. Oh, just set the top to 0? No. It's not a flex container, right? TR data. We don't have anything setting those TR elements. We don't have anything selecting just the TR elements. So it's static, right? So in order to position them, we have to use absolute. Relative. Relative. Top 0. Oh, there's a vertical align property? Oh, I didn't know that. And that's for static items? Inline block, table cell. Oh, a table cell. That's what it is. Vertical align for the table cell. Star along the baseline, vertical align on the top, middle align, bottom. Oh, we were doing middle align for those things. We should have been setting like the vertical align to baseline for those, like when we were doing the buttons, those customized button things. Right. Okay. Sub. I don't know what sub means. What does sub mean? Sub goes subscript baseline of the parent, and then the superscript baseline could be there as well. Okay, and then text top. Okay, and then to the top of that. This is really handy. These docs are so much better than... Oh my gosh, could just read the docs. All right, we are almost done. We have one more step left here. And we're gonna select the TD elements. So, oh wait, create another selector for the TD elements, but specifically select the last one. Okay, the last of type. In this one, we need to set the padding on the right. 0.5 rem. I don't know if that changed anything. Oh, it did. Okay. Just added a little bit of padding to that last element to line it up here. Okay. Seems good. Great. We generated that. We manually typed up a report. Great job. Great job. Okay. And that's it for today's attribute selectors content here. The that portion. We're gonna move on to. Let's add something else here. Let's see what else we can do here with what is it called? It's responsive web design. It's the book with CSS and that. So we'll do Yeah, we'll see where we're at with that. Let's go over to, close that down, open up the book. We just click on over to the book. So we were looking at container queries. And then we were looking at fluid layout and flexbox. Right. Right, and all these things, we should have maybe done that. Maybe I can jump ahead to attribute selectors or something. Try that. That's the only two things that say attribute. Is it called a type selector? It is not. So he's definitely covering them. I just don't know. I don't know if I should like read this linearly or bounce around or not. Because we could have covered some other stuff in different modules that we... Yeah, so we could do some more on the Flexbox. We could breeze through the container queries, I think, and go through there. So what we'll do is we'll look at... Whoopsie. Go back there. So we'll look at container queries. Container queries. Container queries and the summary for... Okay. Hard to see which one that is. Chapter 2 summary. Chapter 2. And then summary. Is that what we're looking for? Where is that? Oh no, it's chapter 3. Chapter 3. I don't see where that would be though. We'll just do the chapter 3 part of that. Chapter 3 summary. We'll add that to the thing, and so if we can get through any more, let's see if we can get through any more of that. But I'll do that. We're gonna take a break. Okay, so we're getting our IDE set up here, and it's set up our day, our branch for the day. We're gonna create a new branch using git checkout branch, using the branch flag, and we're gonna call this day 19. And if I go git branch, you can see all the branches that we have. There we go. And what we are gonna do is work on the where are we? Want to work on responsive web design. We want to get this book loaded though. So open this up, and it opens it up right next to it. I want it underneath here. So open it up underneath here. We'll move it up. Make sure that we get everything in view here. Maybe not one. Maybe 130. 130 look good. Okay. Container queries. Okay, so container queries. Media queries operate their queries on the capabilities of the device. Practically, when working with responsive designs, it's the width of the container we are typically interested in. However, we suppose we are creating a visual component that might be used in a wider container, such as a main content area, but equally might be used in a thinner sidebar, a side area. We tend to work around these scenarios without container queries by using descendant selectors to give some context and make style changes based on the document structure. Component display flex, sidebar thing. So selecting the class of items that are, or class of elements, the elements that have the class sidebar, select their descendants that have the class thing, and setting the flex direction to column. So this will, with this override for when the component is in the sidebar established, we can combine these selectors with media queries as needed. So then you can set the so this is maybe we need one set of styles when in the sidebar and the screen is a certain size, and then another set of styles when not in the sidebar, but we are still at that viewport size. Okay. Min width is 40 M. We then can select the, set different styles for our component and our sidebar component. Okay, so in this scenario, we need to be very clear about environments. Our piece of user interface might find itself in. It's also quite a broad stroke. What happens when the structure or physical shape of the rendered document is changed, as it is given to do in responsive designs. So as discussed at the beginning of this section, what we are actually interested in is the width of the container our component finds itself in. If only we could query the container. Right. For years, web developers have been hoping for something that allowed us to do just that. Finally, that's happening. CSS container queries are just now, as written, at the time of that writing was 2022, so this was the 4th edition. And so I think probably updated in the 5th edition that it's been fixed there, that it is that it is whatchamacallit, they have been implemented. And actually, let's go over to, can I use container queries, CSS style queries? Ooh, not in Firefox yet. Not in Firefox yet. Chrome has had them partial support. For a while now, as well as Edge, Safari too. Partial support. No issues. The root element cannot be a container. It's funny. Okay. CSS container queries on the size? Wait a minute. Container style queries. So styling of a container. Conditionally apply additional CSS to the contents of the game. Style queries. I don't know what that means. Size queries work. Anchor position. Container scroll. Name only container queries. Okay. So you may hear of web platform features being experimental or behind a flag. This means the capabilities can be optionally switched on in browsers, but they are not shipping in browsers by default. It is a chance to use the feature in its unfinished form and provide feedback to browser vendors as it is being developed. So this may change. This is bleeding edge stuff, as this was written in 2022. It hasn't officially shipped in browsers, so before proceeding, wanted to give this may change warning. Well, it's unlikely the principles of container queries will change significantly before they are available in browsers. Possible some syntax and nuances may be revised. As such, we'll consider example code only for this section. There are no example pages in the downloadable code. What is important for you to appreciate is the possibilities these new tools offer. So to use a container query, unlike media queries, which are always available, for container queries, it's necessary to establish some containment for an element. Effectively, this is like saying to the browser, hey, I might want to know how wide this is. Without this, we are not able to query the element. Therefore, in order to for a container to be queryable, we first need to tell the browser how the container should be contained. As established, typically with a responsive design, width is the axis we are interested in querying. So to start solving our imagined scenario above, we can communicate that we want the elements to be containers that we can query the width of, or the height in the second selector below, and give them a name like this. Main content container main / inline size. So the container property is actually a shorthand for setting two other properties, container name and container type. Okay. Main and then inline size is the type. Main is the name. Container. Okay, so why using the /? That's interesting. You can set them separately with those properties if you prefer, but with those set elements nested, should be there. So what I want to actually do is to say container property shorthand for container name container type. So you can set them separately, but with those set elements nested within, you can query the container. So you can query the size of the parent container, right? Like the container that I'm in, I want to like the container I'm in, I want to take up a certain amount of width, right? So how come can't you already do that? So the light bulb things here says in one version of these draft specifications, setting the values in the container shorthand was done with space separated values. In the latest draft, it is done using a / to delineate the two parts. This serves as a reminder that readers should check the syntax that actually ships. Okay. And as with media queries, there are different types of queries. For width, the equivalent in container queries is the inline size. This is the length of the container in the inline axis. So the inline axis. Interesting. In the Western left to right writing world, that equates to the container width, just as block size would be equivalent to height. Okay. And why name the container? Huh? So if there are no other ancestor containers, then we wouldn't need to bother with a named container. We could just write a container query like that with the at container inline size greater than 500 pixels, and then put your styles there, your declarations there. So if you likely gathered, the syntax is purposely modeled after media queries, and if you read the rest of the chapter, the syntax should make immediate sense. So if there is a possibility of more than one ancestral container, this approach may become problematic. The container name allows us to write containers queries specific to a specific container. Assuming our imaginary component has two ancestral containers, we can have some styles applied when the main container is over 500 pixels wide, like this. So at container, you can call the main container named main. When the inline size is greater than 500 pixels, then we apply styles to elements that have the class thing. Those styles will only get applied when the main container is more than 500 pixels wide. And crucially, not if the side container is more than 500 pixels wide. Okay, what were you talking about with the side then? What was side? So we have this other side is because the block size. I got you. Okay. So by default, container queries resolve to their nearest ancestor container that accepts querying on the specified axis or the smallest viewport size if none available. As named containers provide the ability to query more than one container, we can effectively say if the main is 400 pixels wide, apply one set of styles. And if the side is over 20 rem high, apply these other styles. This provides a lot of flexibility. So there are additional queries being specified for container queries such as style and state. However, right now there aren't even initial experimental implementations in browsers to read more on these possibilities. Keep an eye on the developing specification, and we can copy the link here. Can I copy that link? Oh, I can just click on it. Okay. CSS containment module level 3. Editor's draft from December 22nd, 2025. Status of the document is public. Copy. Okay. I'm not sure. Not sure what this is meaning. So we can size the child elements of containers using container relative lengths. So proposed units are CQI, which is 1% of the inline size. CQW is 1% of the width. CQB is 1% of the block size, and CQH is 1% of the height. CQ min is 1% of the smallest of CQI and CQB. And CQ max is 1% of the largest of CQI and CQB. So these resolve to the nearest ancestor container that accepts queries on that axis. This is an important concept to fully grasp. Let's assume you specified 40 CQH. If the nearest ancestor container is set to inline size, then it won't be 40% of the height of that container. It will be the nearest ancestor container set for block size. So it's the nearest ancestor set to the right thing. So it's following the same kind of thing we just reviewed with the positioning, which is that when you have a nested container, if the parent of that container is not set with a position other than static, then setting position of absolute to the container will be referencing the origin like point of the the nearest ancestor that has something set to not be static, or it's the root element, you know, goes all the way up to the root. So what are the possibilities then for this? So while at this point it's not possible to be certain of the syntaxes that will be incorporated here, reflect on some of the possibilities that can show that should be possible then. What about headings that scale with the size of the container? Headings that scale with the size of the container. So you can set font size 14 pixels plus you want to add more like 2% of the container query inline size, which is in the inline axis, which is around like, okay. We can already do this, but I mean, it's interesting. Headings that scale with the size of the container. Can't you just use the percentage? I thought you could use percentage. Isn't that the thing? Changing layout in the container ends up taller than it is wide. Changing layout if the container ends up taller than it is wide. Container orientation portrait. Oh, okay, so I think that this is just a little, you can already do this stuff. It just makes it a lot nicer and a little bit easier to work with. We're gonna take a quick break, come back and we'll summarize the chapter for chapter 3 and try to move on to chapter 4, which is Flexbox, which I really want to get more experience with. Okay, so summarizing chapter 3 of responsive web design with HTML and CSS. In this chapter, what was covered was everything we need when using media queries for responsive design. So I now understand how to change a layout based on the characteristics of the environment our web pages find themselves in. That's a bold statement. I've now read about it. Whether or not I understand it, that's another thing. But yeah, we have to get some practice with using them. We learned what media queries are, why we need them. How to include them in our CSS files in all manner of ways, and we've also learned how to use the meta viewport tag to make browsers render pages in the manner we'd like. And as will be repeated in later chapters, don't get bogged down with or intimidated by the syntax, just get an understanding of the underlying principles and then look up the syntax anytime, right? After all, that's what developers do. As long as you understand what can be accomplished with media queries, the work is largely done. While only experimental as written, we've considered container queries and some of the exciting abilities they provide. Modeled after media queries, they let us style elements based on their containers, allowing even greater control for design. And so back in chapter 1, noted that the 3 tenets of responsive web design are media queries, flexible layouts, and flexible media. 3 chapters in, we've only covered media queries. We're going to put that right in the next chapter. So in chapter 4, take a deep dive into fluid layouts with a flexbox. I'll cover how to convert a fixed width design into a fluid proportional layout, and layout page elements with flexbox. It's going to be another packed chapter, so we'll get ourselves comfy and move along here. Okay, they have a Discord, which is interesting. I should go to there. I want to go to there. So is there a separate one for the different, the new edition? There's packed web dev. I already have an account. Oh, come on, man. Down here. Okay. Discord. Oh shit, I think I was using that one, but I think I might be back to using that one. I don't know. Which one am I on? I think I was on this one. I'm not sure. I don't want that to be the whatchamacallit. I'm gonna change that. Hopefully we're on the right one. Yes, this is the one we want. MEE6. I'll move this over here. Oh, come on, man. Really? So can I unfollow stuff though? Like, Can I mass mute stuff? There's React. We've got Learn React with TypeScript. I definitely want that one. Shoot. React Applications Architecture, React and React Native. Shoot, I don't know. Okay, so this is the one. I don't know how to like pin. I can pin, right? I can pin that one. Can I pin others? I can pin this one. Pin that one. I can pin some other ones. So we know that we've definitely started working with these two. I know that much. Learn React with TypeScript. I really like that book. I want to continue with it, but we're getting into stuff that I'm not quite familiar with, but that might be okay. So let's see. So we are looking at the 4th edition, even though I think the 5th edition is out, is it not? Or it's maybe in the about to be released or something. Okay. We're going to move on to Fluid Layout and Flexbox. I already buy the book. The new one? Okay. Different blend to the gradient. Different color spaces. Interesting. I don't know how you do that. Well, that's fun. The beach. Buy rings is the one. Okay, so I kind of want to. Okay, what I'll do is I'll visit the site. I want to do that one later. This is kind of an aside here, but oh shoot. Okay, so okay. Yeah, whatever. What is here? We have multiple books here. Please ask them any queries you might have. Okay. What's the reward? I don't want rewards. Stop it. Don't want to see it. Don't wish to see that. Okay. I need to like organize these things. Okay, wait a minute. Like, can I put these into a yeah, let's put that into crossword stuff here. Cross chord down for cross. Ingrid. Cross weird. Nesberg's also there. OC streamers? What's OC? What is OC again? Orange County? Oh gosh, that's really far down. Is there a North? Let me see. Crossword meetup or something? NorCal? Anything there? NorCal Daily. Cali Creators, here we go. NorCal Casters. Sir Aaron Carter, oh gosh. Streamer Social Club. There's events and stuff. Oh, interesting. Twitch, Sacramento Twitch. We're using my font. I like this one. It's New Wave. I like that one. I really like it. OC streamers. They have Twitch San Diego and LA. This is all SoCal. It's all SoCal. No events. Chilled Cow Radio. City or region, well, maybe like Sacramento. Let's see if there's something there. San Francisco. It's gonna be the closest. Really sucks. Should try to find some people near me. All right, and then stream stuff I have there. It's interesting because I do have another Discord account that I log into, but I don't know how to merge them. And like only one can be tethered to your phone or something stupid like that. Okay, so we're doing this Flexbox stuff. So we're gonna have to make a new chapter 3 or chapter 4. So let's go ahead and make that directory and see what else we can do for that. Actually, we need to move that then. Chapter 4 to responsive web design. We can just do that then. There it is. So at the end of the last chapter, we reminded ourselves that the 3 core tenets of responsive web design: fluid layout, media queries, and flexible media. So we learned about media queries, and then we're going to wield them to change a layout at a particular breakpoint. So in this chapter, we'll focus on another pillar of responsive web design: fluid layout. So eons ago, in the mists of time, the late 90s, to be specific, websites were typically built with their widths defined as percentages. These percentage-based widths fluidly adjusted to the screen and were known as fluid layouts. So let's give that. So fluid layout. So it's a So then the years after, in the mid to late 2000s, there was an intervening fixation on fixed width designs. Blame those pesky print designers and their obsession with pixel perfect precision. How do I get to the next thing? How do I switch? Control Shift Tab. Control Page Up. Close window, go to a different window. Navigate forward, navigate back. Go to tab 1, 2, and 3. Go to last tab. It's Control 9. Previous tab. Tab 3. Or tab 4. How come that's not working? Do 1, 2, and 3. 4 doesn't work. We have a different tab. So how do I tab over to here? So it's like a... I can navigate to those other ones. What is this one then? This is a window split down. Split? No, it's not split, right? Is it split? Go to split window? Is that what it is? Panel. There's no other panel. Weird. This is so dumb that you can't I thought that we had some way of doing that. Is it Control Shift 2? And then go there? So if I'm up here, I go Control Shift 2, Control Shift 3, Control Shift 1. Control 1 goes there. Control 3. We should update this. The pages that we've read up to 95. That's so weird. We're gonna take a break. I'm gonna figure this out. Figured it out. There's hotkeys I needed from here. So if I do Control Shift A, that goes to my top tab. I can navigate from there. I don't know why. Wait, how come I can't navigate from there? That's weird. So we can, let's check off that. We have the media queries and summary. We did that already. We're on to this fluid layout. So if I'm up here, I can do Control Shift and then Z. Now I'm down there. Control Shift A goes up to there. Control Shift Z. There we go. That's the one I wanted. So I had set one for left and right, but now there's different tab groups. The left and the right. And then the above and the below. Okay, whatever. So nowadays we build responsive web designs. We look back to fluid layouts and remember all the benefits they offered. And until fairly recently, web developers have used several CSS layout mechanisms to create great fluid layouts. If you've worked on the web for any length of time, you'll be familiar with blocks, inline blocks, tables, and other techniques to achieve any given layout. Okay, so as this was written in 2022, there seems little benefit in giving those old techniques more than a cursory mention. We now have two powerful CSS layout mechanisms at our disposal, CSS Flexbox and CSS Grid. This chapter will deal with CSS Flexbox. In Chapter 5 layout with CSS Grid, I've got a feeling you can guess what will be covered. Yeah. Flexbox is so useful because it can do more than merely provide a fluid layout mechanism. Do you want to center content easily, change the source order of markup, and generally create amazing layouts with ease? Flexbox has you covered. So then in this chapter, we will learn how to convert fixed pixel layouts into proportional sizes, recognize Flexbox as a practical path beyond these limitations, and understand the Flexible Box layout module and the benefits it offers. Now let's crack on with our first task, converting fixed designs into fluid relationships. This is a task that you'll need to perform constantly when building responsive web designs. So to convert a fixed pixel design into a fluid proportional layout. Graphic composites, or comps as they are often called, exported from a program such as Photoshop, Illustrator, Figma, or Sketch, all have fixed pixel dimensions. At some point, the designs need to be converted into proportional dimensions when recreating the design as a fluid layout for the browser. There is a beautifully simple formula for making this conversion that the father of responsive web design, Ethan Marcotte, set down in his 2009 article, Fluid Grids. Let's go there and go over, let me see. And I'm gonna copy and paste that here. So share that with chat here, and also add that to my notes, I think, for here. So an article, link to an article. Just rather long. This is from 2009. So put another, Simple formula for conversion. You take the target, divide by the context, and you get the result. What does that mean? So divide the units of the thing you want, which is the context, by the thing, or the target by the thing that you, or the thing that it lives in inside the context. Put that into practice. Understanding it will enable you to convert any fixed dimension layouts into responsive fluid equivalents. Consider a very basic page layout intended for desktop. In an ideal world, we would always be moving to a desktop layout from a smaller screen layout. However, for the sake of illustration proportions, we will look at the two situations back to front. An image of the layout, basic layout, desktop layout. Okay. The layout is 960 pixels wide. Both the header and footer are the full widths of the layout. The left-hand area is 200 pixels wide. The right-hand area is 100 pixels wide. That leaves 660 pixels for the main content area. Our job is to convert this fixed width design into a fluid layout that retains its proportions as it is resized. For our first task, we need to convert the middle and side sections into proportional dimensions. So we'll be converting the left-hand side, that's 200 units wide. This value is our target value. Divide that target size by 960 units, our context, and we have a result. 0.2083. Repeating the 3 there. Whenever we get our result with this formula, we need to shift the decimal point 2 points to the right, and that gives us a value that is the target value described as a percentage of its parent. In this case, it's the left-hand section. It's about 20.83% of its parent. Practice the formula again in the middle section. Target is 660. Divide that by our context of 960, and we get 68.75%. And finally, right hand is 100. 100 divided by 960 is about 10.41%. That's as difficult as it gets. Say it with me. Target divided by context equals result. So, okay. You can use values with long decimal values with no issues in CSS, or if you would rather see more palatable numbers in your code, rounding them to 2 decimal points will work just as well for the browser. To prove the point, let's quickly build that basic layout as blocks in the browser. So to make it easier to follow along, I've added a class to the various elements that describes which piece of the comp they are referring to. Ordinarily, it's not a good idea to name things based on their location. The location can change, especially with a responsive design. In short, do as I say, not as I do here. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, don't name it based on what it is there, right? name it on what it is, not where it is. Let's make a couple of files. So I'm going to cd into responsive web design into chapter 4, and I'm going to touch a couple files. I'm going to touch example 0401. And I'm going to make that the HTML, and then what I'm going to do is do example 0401. We can do it this way, I think, but we can do it like this. So 401 styles. And then what I can do is just open up that example there. Let's write this div class equal to wrap. And then let's go ahead and give this some document format as well, the HTML. I think it's a snippet. Can I do that completion, code completion? All right, I think it's the snippet. So if I insert a snippet, HTML doc I can do. So just move this into the body of the class there. We'll save that. We'll just call this actually we'll call this converting a fixed pixel design. Proportional layout. There we go. So that would be on the top there. And then so we will set this up there. And so I also want to run the live server. So we'll get the live server running. We'll open with live server. So it's Alt L, Alt O. And then that'll start up, and then we'll get one to the left here when it starts up. And so we have also div body wrap, and we're going to do inside of that div, we're going to add a header, and the class of the header is going to be header. We're going to add a div class of wrap middle. And I want to turn off the auto quotes. It should not create the quotes. So why is it not? Why is it creating the, why is it creating them? Doing the side, and the class will do for that. So it doesn't, but okay, so that's right. Okay, that's fine. Then you can close that aside. Domain class middle. And we'll do an aside class right. And outside of that div, we'll do footer class, footer, save that. Now we'll open up our CSS file, which is our example styles.css. And let's go over to here and import our style sheet. Then in here we have HTML and body. We're going to set that. Do a reset of margin and padding to 0. And then we're going to, okay, so come on over to here to show what we're working on here in live time here. And we're going to select the wrap. Max width is going to be 1400 pixels, and the margin is 0 auto, so that should center elements horizontally. Now we're going to set some other elements. So there's nothing else here. But there is, okay, so we are going to, this is the background. We are going to make this. Okay, so the header is going to have a width of 100%, width of 130 pixels, and a background color of 038C5A hex code there. Okay, does that do anything? Didn't seem to do anything. Did we have a header called header? Header class is called header. Didn't seem to do anything there. 04 styles. .css. Okay. Yeah, that's weird. Didn't change anything. Why did that not change? Is it only changing the... It didn't change anything. Wrap middle with 100%. Font size of 0. See, the problem is we're not giving it a height. That's the thing. There's no height to this. I think that's what the problem is. And then, like, once we give the footer some height, the left and the right. Okay, so that's it should kick in right here where we give the height of 625 pixels for the left. So if I hit save, nothing. Okay. Okay, width of 20.83 pixels. Background color 03A66A. There it is. Display is going to be inline block. We're going to set the middle with the same height, 625 pixels, width of 68.75%, and a background color BBB F90, a display of inline block. There we go, we get that middle there. We also have a right, which is also a height of 625 pixels. Width is 10.41%, so they've calculated these values before, and I think that we're gonna work on some other stuff here. Display this as inline block. There it goes. And then we have a footer. This height of 200 pixels with 100 pixels and a background color of 025059. That's the footer. We can go over here. If you open the example code in the browser, resize the page, you will see that the dimensions of left, middle, and right remain proportional to one another. You can also play around with the max width and wrap values to make the bounding dimensions bigger or smaller. So the width stays proportional. height does not. The height does not. So height. Okay. So now let's consider how we would have the same content on a smaller screen that flexes to a point and then changes to the layout we have already seen. What we're going to do is we're going to add this here. Okay. See, I don't know if I want to, if I like these being called this. I think what we want, call this something else. Although, example 0401, 0401, 0402. Okay. All right. Well, let's set this. So, well, first let's go to go to here. We'll save that, and we'll add everything here. We'll commit the changes, which are convert width to fluid layout, and then so that's responsive web design, and that's page 100. That's where we are. And we're going to be taking a break in a minute, but we're going to add some changes here. So a smaller screen flexes to a point and then changes to the layout we've already seen, so you can view the final code in this layout there. But what we're going to do is we're going to change the left. So background color is the same, height is the same, width gets changed to 200 pixels. We set the, okay, so it displays the same. Left gets set to 200 pixels. We're actually also positioning absolutely positioning this. Font size is going to be 0.9 rem, and then we're going to have a transition, the transform of 0.3 seconds. Oh, and that's the last pomodoro for the day. But I'm still feeling like I want to continue on with this chapter, at least get through this little section on converting a fixed pixel design into a fluid proportional layout before going up to this. Why we need this? Maybe I'll continue on with this. I'm not sure. I should really step aside though and do something else. But okay, so we're setting that, so we have this, it's kind of, the left is all messed up because of the absolute thing, but then idea is that for smaller screens, we will have a single tube of content. The left-hand area will only be viewable as an off-canvas area, typically an area for a menu or similar, which sits off the viewable screen area and slides in when a menu button is pressed. The main content sits below the header, then the right-hand section below that, and finally the footer area. So in our example, we can expose the left-hand area by clicking anywhere on the header. Typically, when making this kind of design pattern for real, a menu button would be used to activate the side menu. Okay, I'm a little confused. So we're also adding a media query here, right underneath our left selector here. 20.83%. Left is 0. Position is going to be relative. Saving that, what happens there? So when it's 40 rem, when it's let's see, can I pop this out? Let's pop this out. So when it is a minimum of 40 rem, it's going to pop over there. I can actually change the rem by shrinking it. You can see that. Okay, and there's a transition here. Transform theirs. Where's the transform? We don't have any transform thing. Did I set a transform? I don't think we did. See that without the media query, it's just a small screen layout. But with it, it pushes it over. Okay. The width becomes proportional, positioning relative, and the left value is set to 0. Isn't that backwards? Oh, the left value is set to 0. The absolute thing. So it then pops into place. Yeah. You don't need to rewrite properties such as height, display, or background color, as we aren't changing them. This is progress. We have combined 2 of the core responsive web design techniques we have covered: converting fixed dimensions into proportions and using media queries to target CSS rules. Relevant to the viewport size. So in a real project, we should be making some provision if JavaScript isn't available and we need to view the content of the menu. We deal with this scenario in detail. Chapter 11, Transitions, Transformation, and Animations. Okay, that's good to know that we have... I should go through this and tie certain chapters together with the content that we're learning that day from the free code camp. So to summarize where needed, make the dimensions of elements proportional rather than fixed. That way designs adapt to the size of their container. You now have the simple target divided by context equals result formula to make the necessary changes or the calculations. So speaking of fluidity, this seems as good a point as any to talk about Flexbox, a layout system designed with fluid layouts in mind. We're now going to explore using flexible box layout. In previous editions of this book, this is the point where you point out the shortcomings of prior CSS layout mechanisms, but as this was written in 2022, like going over why people use cars instead of horses. There are two capable and powerful layout systems available to us and perfectly suited to responsive design. For laying things out in one direction at a time, we can reach for Flexbox. For two directions at a time, we reach for Grid, the subject of our next chapter. So Flexbox was designed to address the shortcomings of the CSS layout mechanisms that had gone before. A few choice reasons it's so useful: it can easily center contents vertically, it can change the visual order of elements, it can automatically space and align elements within a box, automatically assigning available space between them. Items can be laid out in a row going in the reverse direction, a column down the page, or a column going in reverse order up a page. It can make you look 10 years younger, probably not, but in low numbers of empirical tests has been proven to reduce stress compared with other layout techniques. So we have the bumpy path to Flexbox. Flexbox has been through a few major iterations before arriving at the stable version we have today. Consider the changes from 2009 version, the 2011 version, and the 2014 version that we are basing our examples on. The syntax differences are marked. These differing specifications mean there have been 3 major implementations across browsers. Today, we need not concern ourselves with the differences. However, if you find yourself having to support some incredibly old browser, like Internet Explorer 11 and previous, be aware you will need to ensure you have a decent auto-prefixing solution as part of your build step. Choosing your auto-prefixing solution. For the sake of sanity, to accurately and easily add vendor prefixes to CSS, use some form of automatic prefixing solution. So there's this auto prefixer post CSS. So we should change, we should add the changes here. What's wrong with this one anyway? What's been modified, that's why. So auto prefixer is fast and easy to set up, very accurate. Versions of auto prefixer for most setups, including text editors, so you don't necessarily need a command line based build tool. There are also more recent CSS minifier tools like parse cell CSS that can perform the same task. So Flexbox has 4 key characteristics: direction, alignment, ordering, and flexibility. We'll cover all of these characteristics and how they relate to each other by way of a few examples. The examples are deliberately simplistic. We are just moving some boxes and their content around so we can understand the principles of how Flexbox works. So we're going to create a new file here, and we're going to use a no snippet available. Oh, because of HTML, it's not set. Okay, we'll save it as an HTML file. So we'll start with the perfect vertically centered text. So we'll just go here, and we go to 3, we can get that one. And let's see here. So here's the markup. Let's see. So we have a body that has a div with a class center me. Center me and everything is alright. Flexbox. Then there's an entire CSS rule. Let's import that CSS file. So we'll do that. Or what we could do is have the styles in here. So we could do it there. Do style up here. We could do center me there. We'll do background color as indigo. And then we can save that, and then you should see indigo as the background, but we want to change the foreground color EB. Nice little gray. Font family of Oswald. I don't know if we have Oswald, but we'll have a fallback of sans serif. Oh, I think we might have that one. Font size of 2 rem. Text transform is going to be in uppercase. There we go. Fun enough. And height of 200 pixels. And we're going to display it as a flex. Align the items in the center. So aligning the along the vertical as centering, and then justifying the content along the horizontal here, along the main axis. There we go. So the majority of the property value pairs in that rule are merely setting the colors and font sizes. The 3 properties we're interested in are display, align items, and justify content. So if you have not used Flexbox or any of the properties in the related box alignment specification, These properties probably seem a little alien, so let's display what, consider what each does. Display flex is the bread and butter of flexbox. This merely sets the item to be a flexbox as opposed to block or inline block. Align items aligns the items within a flexbox in the cross axis. So this is, in this case, it's vertically centering the text in the example. Justify content sets the main axis, centering the content. With a flexbox row, you can think of it as the button in a word processor that sets the text to the left, right, or center, although there are additional justify content values that we will look at shortly. Flexbox has an even more convenient way of positioning items, and that's with place items. This provides a shorthand for setting align and justify items. As you become familiar with the alignment properties in this chapter, you can try setting them at once with place items. The first value is the align value, and the second is for the justify value. If you pass one value, it gets used for both. So to center both, it's just to use center. So if we do get rid of this here, which shouldn't be that. I don't know if that works. It does not. That won't work. You have to actually give it the CSS thing there. So we can get rid of this. I can, if I do that, does that work? No, it doesn't. I do star that. There we go. If I save that, then it goes like that. So if I do place items and I do, can I just do start and end? I can't just do start and end. I can do flex start, do flex end in the vertical, in the horizontal. Okay. How about flex end here? There we go. And then center in the horizontal. Okay. Or if I want to center, I can just do center, and there we go. That's nifty. Okay, I like that. Place item center. That's shorthand for whatchamacallit. So let's do that. So let's take a note of that. So flexbox. Shorthand for that's align items and justify items. Okay, so that's interesting. And content is different then. What does content refer to? Right, that's place items there. It's not. I'm confused though, because yeah, it's not centering it horizontally. That's shorthand. Place content though and centering it there. That does it that way. Okay, yes. Place content. So this is shorthand for align content and justify content. It might even be backwards because of the way that they generally do this. So then before we get further into the properties of Flexbox, we will consider a few more examples. So in some examples, we use a Google hosted font Oswald with a fallback to sans serif font. In chapter 6, CSS selectors, typography, and more, we look at how we can use the font face rule to link to custom font files. And then offset items. How about a simple list of navigation items, but with one offset to the side? Here's what it looks like. Let's do that example next. We'll close this one and that one and that, and so we'll just enter this. And so this was perfect vertically centered text. Okay. Perfect. And that was RWD. Page 104, I think, is where we left off on that. Yes, okay. And we're going to open up a new file. So we're going to touch example 04.html. And then we're going to open that up. We're going to give it a snippet, HTML doc snippet, and we'll do this as offset items. Okay, so with this example, and we'll just go up and we'll change this here, or oops, I'll enter that one. Go to that, and what we'll do is we'll do div class container. And inside this, we'll have a whole bunch of href references. We'll have a class of item. And inside of that, we'll have a bunch of stuff. So 6 things or 5 things. So we'll have a home. We'll have a about us. We'll have a products. Oops, that doesn't work. Tab out. Can't tab into it. That's not a thing. Contact does. So I have those things. And now we'll just do some CSS. I'm just going to do this as inline styles rather than linking a style sheet here. I always forget to put the E in there. So for the container, we'll set a background color of indigo, just like before. We'll set the font family to Oswald. Sans serif. With the font size to 1 rem. Min height now is going to be 2.75 rem. There we go. Want to set the color though, don't we? Flex. Aligning the items in the center. Padding 0. 1 rem. And selecting the item and the last item. Color to be EB. And no text decoration. Save that. There we go. Now we want some spacing in between the items here, right? Let's go with item right to be 1 rem. That gives us a little bit of room there. Last item is going to be the margin left of auto. There we go. And so when you set the display flex on a wrapping element, the children of that element become flex items, which then get laid out using the flex layout model. The magical property here is margin left auto, which makes that item use all of the available margin on that side. And so we also gave a class here of last item, and that puts contact does all the way at the end. So they're using Oswald. We could go download it. I don't really want to though. Reverse the order of items. So do you want to reverse the order of items? So let's go and set this up. There's offset items 106. We're going to make a change to some stuff here. Reverse the order of items. So it's as easy as adding flex direction row reverse to the wrapping element and changing margin left to margin right. So you change flex direction here. Or row reverse. And that flips it around, but now we have a problem where the last item is not being set to the end there. So we just have to swap this to margin right. And that puts it at the end. And then there's something else that we have here. And that's it. That's the only two things you need to do. Okay. You can find that as example 4.5. Be aware that when using the reverse base properties, you are only changing the order in presentation. This won't change the order of the content for people using a screen reader, for example. If the order of the items is essential to the understanding of the content, ensure you make the changes in the DOM to benefit all users. How about if we want them laid out vertically instead? Here we go. Let's go ahead and change this. So we want commit this one. So we'll do git. Oops, what happened? What is going on? Why is this all fucked up? The terminal's fucked. Okay, let's go back. CD into okay. If you want to change them vertically, then you just do column and then you want to set the margin bottom. Well, that's weird. Remove the auto margin. Yeah, and then remove the margins there. Yeah. And it doesn't matter on the right, and so you should remove the other ones. Remove the auto margin. Okay. This is and we'll add the column reverse, so we can just do column reverse. And then if we want the last item, there's a flex flow property that is shorthand for setting flex direction and flex wrap in one go. Yeah, flex flow, the direction, and then the wrap settings, yeah. Find it easier to specify the two things separately. At least it's easier to read. Interesting. Okay. We have inline flex here. Yeah, I'll keep going through inline flex here. Actually, I want to kind of breeze through this and finish this up. Thanks to its beautiful centering abilities, you can do some wacky things with very little effort. So here's a sentence with inline flex. So what you do here, let's create a new thing here. A new thing. Let's go over here and do a cut sheet of the example. And I think what they were saying is that that is example 6S. Example 6S. Okay. I don't know what we were doing for this one. I think actually what we'll do is call this one inline flex. Inline flex.html. And I'll also touch inline flex styles.css. And then I'll just open them up, inline flex. And so we're going to have a snippet. Can I tab over and do that? HTML doc. What if I just said doc? Just say doc and then tab over. There we go. That's how we do that. Cool. This will be called inline flex. We'll link our style sheet. What if we don't have any other like snippets of like style sheet? href is going to be this one, inline flex styles. So we'll save that, and then we'll come down here, paragraph. Inside of the body, we're going to have here is a sentence with an M, class of inline flex, inline flex. Here we go. We'll open up inline flex styles in another thing here, and we'll just say inline flex display inline flex. And so let's actually go over to the inline flex thing here. So oopsie, too far. Here's a sentence with inline flex. Line items in center. Interesting that it does italics already because of the EM, of course it does. Height of 120 pixels. There we go. Changes the full height of the paragraph element. Then padding 0.4 pixels on the horizontal. Okay. Background color of indigo. There we go. And then a text decoration of none, even though there's not really anything, I guess. What is this supposed to look like? Inline flex link. Okay. When items are set as inline flex anonymously, which happens if their parent element is not set to display flex, then they retain white space, which can often manifest as an unwanted gap between elements, just like inline block and inline table do. However, if they are within a flex container, then white space is removed. Of course, you don't always have to center items within a flex box. There are a number of different options. Let's look at those now. I don't understand. What's it called? The link there. So when items are set as inline flex anonymously, which happens if their parent element is not set to display flex, then they retain white space, which can often manifest as an unwanted gap between elements. If they're within a flex container, then the white space is removed. Of course, you don't always have to center items within a flex box. There are a number of different options. So if we nest this inside of something, let's see if anything changes here. Now, I know that we do have the other styles here of this container. So let's actually create these things. We'll have another container. And we'll just have that div class container. Or we will put it in there. So we'll do this div class container, and then enter that, and then what we'll do is we'll just move that to the bottom, get rid of that, auto format this, I think, save it, and in the styles we will add a different kind of thing here, but we want the background color to go change. Inline flex. Let's get rid of that stuff. There we go. So it retains white space. Except it doesn't in that case. I don't understand what they're saying here. Retains white space. What if this one is set there? Okay, so the yeah, I don't get it. What if there's white space here and without a flex? Yeah, there's nothing going on there. So nothing changes. Don't know what they're talking about. All right. So Flexbox alignment properties. If you want to play along with this example, start with 0406S. Okay. So the important thing to understand with Flexbox alignment is the concept of the axis. So there's two axes to consider, the main axis and the cross axis. What each of these represents depends on the direction the Flexbox is set to. For example, if the direction of your Flexbox is set to row, the main axis will be the horizontal axis and the cross axis will be the vertical axis. Conversely, if your Flexbox direction is set to column, the main axis will be vertical axis and the cross axis will be the horizontal axis. So the specification provides the following illustration to aid authors. So the cross size in this case is the vertical, and the main size is the horizontal here. So along the main axis and along the cross axis, and then just, you know, tilt it. So that, like, tilt it, rotate it. 90 degrees counterclock, or 90 degrees clockwise. And then you'll get that. Main start, main end, and then cross start and cross end. So this image on the specification shows the main axis always relates to the direction the flex container is heading. Here's the basic markup of our example you'll need to add into the example file. Div class container, div class item 1. Okay, so they're saying example 4.7s. Into the example file. So the example file was 6s. So I'll try to find that one. Let me go find that. It's my downloads. Oh, so they're doing indexes. So he's doing index and styles. Interestingly enough. So let me find these base files, and I'm gonna actually copy them. And I'm gonna just paste them inside of a different thing. So what I'll do is we'll close this, close these down. Let me add. Can I paste here? Can I paste files here? No? Let's reveal in File Explorer then. Let me create a... Oh, come on, dude. Here we go. Okay. So we'll follow along with those ones. But what I want to do is to save this as inline flex on my... Oops, no, I don't actually want that. Get reset. Yeah, so I want to add... Okay. All right. And now we'll play around with index HTML inside here. And let's see, styles inside there. There we go. Okay. So here we are. So we want to add something here. Let's go over to, we have to actually go into example 0406S, and we're going into index.html. We should have something there. It says Flexbox example, and that's what the title is. Yep, so there we go. That works. And so let's go ahead and add something to our body. We're going to add a class called container. And in this container, we're going to add another div, which has the classes item and one. So we'll have item one there. We can see, oh my gosh, wait a minute. Can we see where that comes from? Oswald. Did I not have the right thing set for that? Oswald. It should have been able to find that. Is it because it was in a separate thing? No, because we set it here. Oh no, we didn't. Wait a minute, maybe it was because of the inline? Maybe it was because of inline. That's odd. We do have it installed. So it does work. That's interesting. I might not have remembered that. All right, so now we're gonna set some styles for the container here. Oops. And let me put this up like, can I put this up right here? And put that up there. Let's do it like there. There we go. There it is. Okay. So with that, we can set container to have a background color, oops, of indigo. Bam, there we go. Display it as flex. Okay. Set a height of 200 pixels, so it's going to make it larger. I'm going to set a width of 400 pixels. Make it a little more narrow. And then for this item, we're going to set a background color of 34005B, so without the green, so it's like a purplish color. Okay. We're going to display this as flex as well. And give that a height of 100 pixels. Change the thing there. Width of 200 pixels. There we go. So that's nestled inside of there. It produces this. So let's drive the effects of some of these properties. So align items. We have align items, property positions items in the cross axis. Of course, let's apply this property to our wrapping element. So inside of our container, we're going to align elements or align items centered, and that puts them there. Now, aligning self. Apply to any number of children within. So sometimes you may want to pull just one item into a different alignment. Individual flex items can use the align self property to align themselves. At this point, let's remove the previous alignment properties in the CSS and also add another two div elements to the markup. And so let's add a div with the class item, but also of align self. And this is going to be called item 2. And we'll add another one, and this time we'll just give it an item class. And we'll call this item 3. Here we go. Now in the styles, we will add a selector for the align self class, and align self as flex end. And you'll see just item 2 move to the bottom. So while Flexbox really makes these kinds of things trivial, in the example, the value of Flexbox was set to flex end, and let's consider the possible values we could use on the cross axis before looking at alignment in the main axis. So possible alignment values for the cross axis are flex start, flex end, center, baseline, which sets off flex items in the container so that their baselines align. That's an interesting way to go. With text, that could be a good way to align text. Stretch makes the items stretch to the size of their flex container in the cross axis. And yeah, so we could also align self. So as here, instead of that, we can stretch align self as stretch. I don't know why that didn't work. Baseline's not going to change anything. It's weird that stretch doesn't work though. Really? Because the container that it's in was going by the row, so maybe the height is only 200 pixels. The width, the height is 100. Yeah, that's odd. Why doesn't that stretch to fill the size of the container in the cross axis? I think it's because we have the you reset that unset the width. No, wait a minute, that went the wrong way. Stretch it in that direction. Align self? Inherit. Auto? Weird. Huh. The width is there? Is it the height that I need to set? Height I need to set to auto. Okay, so because we set the height to 100 on the item, we needed to reset the height. So if I did this as unset the height, then it's the same thing. Gotcha. Okay, I was controlling the width. The width was the main axis. Okay. We're understanding this a lot better. So there are some particulars inherent to using these properties. Something isn't playing happily. Always refer to the specification for any edge case scenarios. Okay. Justify content is alignment in the main axis, and the same. Well, there's some. I don't know if I really explored this as the center, baseline, and stretch. I don't know if I really took a look at those. Start and center, space between, space around, space evenly. So the first three do exactly what we would now expect, but however, let's take a look at what the last three do. So we can set this as the flex end, and remember that puts it at the bottom. But if we consider the markup of item, 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 like we have right here, and then flex, and then we do a space between the justify content space between. Now what that's going to do here is add a little bit of space between, but it doesn't have a gap. We don't have a gap property, so we are setting these so that they fill themselves. So setting the width for the container then to 100%. There we go. And setting the width of the item to 25%. Gives us some gap in between. Height of 100, flex, still the same. And we still have that align item to the end. So these three items will only take up 75% of the available space. Justify content explains what we would like the browser to do with the remaining space. A value of space between puts an equal amount of space between the items, and space around puts it around the items. Perhaps a screenshot to or help. Yeah, we've done this. We took a look at this in the Flexbox day, which was gosh, I don't remember. When did we do Flexbox? That was on day 14. Day 14 we did Flexbox. We did all this stuff. We didn't really find out what you can do in terms of, you can do flex start, center, flex end, you can do stretch, but then you can also do baseline. Yeah, baseline is another one that we can do. So baseline is another one we can do. Yeah, okay. Okay. So I should set a note here because that's really the first time that we're seeing this. So baseline value that align items can take. So the baselines are level. That's kind of a thing. That's kind of the thing there. So then the flex property. We've used the width property on those flex items, but it's also possible and preferable to define the width or flexiness, if you will, with the flex property. To illustrate, consider an example with the same markup as the last, but with an amended CSS for the items. So this is where the free code camp course kind of fell a bit short, is explaining this part, which is the flex property. With an amended CSS for the item. So let's go ahead and, well, we'll keep this example. So for each item, if we give each item a value of flex of 1, everything is equally sized, right? Interesting that it doesn't. We give it 1 unit and we gave it space between. Okay. And then it just filled in the gap with everything. However, if I give this align self item, this item 2, a value of, let's say, 2 or even 3, this will take up 60% of the view. There it goes. If I do a 2, then it's half the view. Actually, wait a minute. Why is it not? Yeah, it is a little bit larger. Okay. I thought it wasn't any different. But that is like having 2 items right next to each other. So, setting it to 1, they all are equal. We'll put a border around these boxes as well. Let's put border 1 pixel solid. BBBB. There we go. And so we have a little bit of that there. Those 3 items have gobbled up all the space. So what's going on? The flex property is actually a shorthand way of specifying 3 separate properties: flex grow, flex shrink, and flex basis. The specification covers these individual properties in more detail. However, the specification recommends that authors use the flex shorthand property, so that's what we will be learning here. Capiche? Yeah, grow, shrink, and basis. So for items within a flex container, if a flex property is present, it is used to size the item rather than a width or height value. Even if the width or height value is specified after the flex property, it will still have no effect, and we saw that right now. However, it is important to note that if the item you are adding the flex property to is not a flex item, the flex property will have no effect. So let's look at what each of these flex properties actually does. Flex grow is the first value you can pass to flex. It's the amount in relation to the other flex items that the flex item can grow when free space is available. Flex shrink is the second value you can pass. It's the amount that the item can shrink in relation to the other items when there is not enough space available. Flex basis is the final value you can pass to flex. It's the basis size the flex item is sized to. If you don't set an item to shrink, you can use flex basis like a min width. I don't know what he means by that. So it's possible to write flex 1 and have that interpreted to mean flex 110. I recommend writing all the values into a flex shorthand property yourself. I think it's clearer to understand what you intend to happen that way. For example, flex 11 auto means that the item will grow into 1 part of the available space. It will also shrink 1 part when the space is lacking. And the basis size for the flexing is the intrinsic width of the content. That is the size the content would be if flex wasn't involved. So let's try another. It's flex 0050 pixels means this item will neither grow nor shrink. And its basis is 50 pixels, so it will be 50 pixels regardless of any free space. So I set 50 pixels. So it can grow to that. But it's kind of like a min width, I guess. So if I try to shrink this, let me see. Try to shrink it. I can't move it any more than that. I don't know. I don't know what they're trying to say here. Okay. So what about flex 2050? That's going to take 2 lots of available space. It won't shrink, and it's the basis size of 50%. Wait, how does that work out? %? Oh, that's weird. It's not shrinking. You only have 2. And that one has escaped. He's gone out. He is out. Wait, 2-0? What happened to 2050? Takes 2 lots of available space? Okay, so 0-0 means it won't flex at all. They're just taking up 50 pixels of space. And they just move around. Interestingly enough. Okay. Okay. Flex there. Huh. This is interesting. So 50 pixels. Does work, except the basis is 50%, so the minimum that it sets is 50%, so it overrides and it escapes the container because there's too many. Item 1 and item 2 already take up all of the space, right? If you have 3 items all set to that width in a fixed width container, well, let's think it through. The shorthand has the flex basis set to 50%, so each item is going to start out at 50% of the container. As there are 3 of them, one is going to overflow. Now, we don't have a flex shrink set, so none of them are going to get any smaller, and although we have flex grow set to 2, there's no more room to grow, so we get that. Right, okay, but what if we did this? What if we did, rather than that, so in our container, let's set our flex wrap to wrap, and now things overflow. Now it overflows, and now what's interesting is that it goes into a column. I'm finding that strange. But what if we did that and then changed this to 1? Really? Oh my gosh, okay. It wraps around. What if we did it so that it's like 49%? Now it can fit there, probably because we have the board. So the problem is here. I know what the problem is. If we go into... let's just do a kind of reset here, and we'll set our border box sizes. Box sizing is going to be border box instead of doing that. Now that works. Now it works. Now it works. Okay. Now that looks better. It's because we added a border of 1 pixel, and the content area was what we were defining the width to be, which was going to be 50% of the container. And so there's going to be overflow every single time because we're setting it to be, we try to add another 50% thing on the end and it just overflows. Okay. Okay, so we know about that stuff. So what about what will it look like if we set 1.5, 0, and auto? That's a good question. That's a good question. 1.5, 0, and auto. So it's not going to shrink anything. We're going to have 1.5 units each thing. They should all take up that much space, except... So auto is just going to be... the same. Yeah, the same as it was before. Yeah. Oopsie. Let's go back there. I like that one. I like that one a lot. That's fun. That's a fun layout right there. There's so many more examples we can look at. However, for now, there are just 2 more things we'd like to share. Simple sticky footer. Simple stinky footer. Sticky footer. Stinky. Stinky! So suppose you want a footer. Again, let's close that, and then I think this was called alignment properties or something. Flex property. So we're up to the flex property on 118. There we go. And then what we'll do is we will make a directory called example 0407. And then we will touch a couple things. Example 0407, index.html, example 407, styles.css. I don't know why I'm blanking there. Okay, so index from 07 and styles from 07. So we'll also do the doc. And so we'll set this to simple sticky footer. And we will import the link rel as a style sheet. Okay. So we have a main element. It's a lot of text, but not enough to push the footer to the bottom of the page. Then we have a footer at the end here. Put in my place. I can be put in my place. Okay, so we're gonna go right here. And at the end of this, we're going to go to 07, go to that one, and let's put it up there. There we go. And so the styles are HTML body. That's the way they like to do it. We're going to do a reset of the margin and padding. And we're going to set the font family again to Oswald. Oswald. Sans serif fallback. Color EVDB. EVDB. There we go. And so then we want a HTML element to have a height of 100%. And then we want the body then to have the background color Please do that for some reason. EV. Display it as a flex. There we go. That's weird. And then the flex direction we're going to set as column. And then we're going to do a min height of 100%. How about that? I can't see the color of that thing, so we need to give the main a color or background. So we want a color for the main 333. So a little gray. So there it is. Here's a bunch of text. Okay, you can't see the footer yet because it's the same color. Auto. Okay, and padding of 0600 rem. What is going on there? What is happening there? And then a footer of background color Violetta. Oh, that didn't change shit there. Color FFF. .5 RAM. All right. I have to be at the bottom, but I'm gonna be put in my place. Okay, but your padding here, you ended up like all over the place. Where are you? So if you're in the center, is that where you are? You're in the center? I'm in the center. No, not in the center. Pushed off center? Where is this thing? Wait a minute. What if we shrink it? %30 doesn't get us anywhere. Okay. We do have that tiny little thing there. Oh my gosh, this is weird. 1.5 RAM. Is that... Did they really mean 600? When there's not enough content, the footer is stuck to the bottom of the viewport. When there is enough, it sits to below the content. Okay. When there is enough, it sits below the content. So we did see that. It's just that setting this to 0600 is a little crazy. Did we just mean 6 rem? Is that what you meant? Okay, here's a bunch of text, but not enough to push to the bottom of the screen. Right. And then it pushes it to the bottom. But when there's not enough, then... Okay. Yeah. Right. Okay. Okay, this works because our flex property is set to grow where space is needed, as our body is a flex container of 100% minimal height. The main content can grow into all of that available space. Right, that's the common fix. And then we went over that in the free code camp course. So I'm going to do changing the source order. I might actually stop right here. How much more do we have before going to the next chapter? Let's see. Table of contents I want. The next chapter, chapter 5, is on 129, so it's another 10 pages. So I'm going to quit here. We made a lot of progress here. And so this was... shoot, what do we call this? What do we call this section? It was simple sticky footer. Oh my gosh, it's the title of the thing. Simple sticky footer. And that's RWD, page number 119. There we go. Okay. We're going to check out our main branch. Switch over to there. Branch is ahead of origin main by 1 commit. I didn't push it before. Well, that's interesting. We're going to merge. And we're going to squash day 19. That's today, right? Day 19. Yes. Get status. And we're going to commit this change here as a squash thing. So we're going to just call it day... Oops. Day 19. I forgot to hit insert. Escape :W to write and then Q to quit. There we go. Let's push the changes. So it should say that we're 2 commits ahead. So let's go ahead and push the changes there. And that should be okay. There we go. Okay, so we're up to date here. And let's give a review what we did today. I wanted to read this like flex grids thing, but that should wait for another day. Container queries. Let's go over to here, close that down. We'll be back on Thursday. So let's go over here. Yeah, what did we learn today? We did a quiz on CSS accessibility, did CSS positioning review of that free code camp certification path there. CSS attribute selectors. Why did I mark that off? I didn't do a review of that yet. We are on... Yeah, so we worked with attribute selectors, how they can be used to target links, like href and title, and be targeted links, targeted elements with the lang and data lang attributes, which I don't understand the difference of, because they just use the same use case anyway. So how to use the attribute selector to target ordered list elements. We looked at that. That was kind of interesting. If not to see like that you can target those things, I don't know. And then we built a balance sheet, very bespoke balance sheet, using some pretty, fixed layouts, so the absolute positioning and lots of just finagling with it. But using flex as the basis for placing items with the with table cells. So we use tables and main, and we made it accessible too. We tried to make it easier for screen readers to read. And so then we did the responsive web design with HTML5 and CSS. We did the chapter 3 part of container queries, and then we read the chapter summary. And we did a bit of the fluid layout and flexbox, and so we are up to changing the source order, wrapping with flex, and the summary. So we'll pick that up if we have time on Thursday to go over that. And so yeah, we took a lot of notes here. We got ways to select attributes in the attribute selector. The tilde equals is checking if some attribute contains a certain value, like the word. So like useful for if you list classes, you know, the way that you list classes is with a just with a space, and so you can check to make to see whether or not a class contains that, although that is kind of overloaded already because we saw that the dot value. So I should leave a note. So note, this is the same as, so for class attribute, this is the same as, and for ID as well. So this is the same as doing L dot value, you know, L dot value. So that's where the value is the class. And then similarly, doing the same, I think, for ID. I'm not sure about that, actually. I think it would be. For ID, like this would be the same. So for an adder equal to value. So if you're doing adder equal to value, that's the same as doing the ID just selecting the ID, because the ID should be unique. And so the caret equals is if a attribute value starts with something. If an attribute starts with some value, and then the $ equals was if it's at the end of the value. We targeted ordered list items. We used the clip property. We kind of looked at how we can utilize that SR only kind of fix to hide elements visually, but keep them in the accessibility tree by using, you know, the clip and the clip path, and you know, hiding that element. Container queries, we looked at container property being a shorthand for container name / container type. Inline size being the length of the container in the inline axis, and I'm not sure what that means. So we looked at the fluid layout that adjusts to the screen using the widths defined as percentages. There was an article on fluid grids that we didn't get to read, but the main thing that came out of that was the idea that target divided by context equals the result if you're trying to take a fixed layout and make it a fluid layout. Flexbox, we looked at some other properties which were place items and place content, which would be shorthand for align items and justify items, and then align content, justify content, align content, justify content. Yes, that's right. Never mind. Align items, justify items. Place content is align content, justify content. I think that could be wrong in that. It could be swapped or whatever. Providing one value then sets the value, sets that value for both of those properties. And then we also saw that baseline was another value that align items can take on, which aligns the items so that their baselines are level, which could be useful for trying to balance text. So that was a lot. Big day. Hope I'm not burned out by Thursday, but we didn't get to finish the chapter, you know, but we didn't get there all today, but you know what? We are getting there. We are 19 days in, and we're excited to see what we do with the last 70 days, 71 days, and see what else we learn. So let me know what you're doing, and if you are on a similar journey, How many hours have you committed so far to your journeys of learning something, doing something new, or just, committing to improving one skill, or a collection of skills? Who knows? So that's it for today. We'll be back for day 20. And what do we have on day 20, actually? Day 20, we have coming up. It's going to be a certification project. So we'll do the quiz on CSS positioning. We'll do the review on CSS attribute selectors. And then we'll do spend a lot of time building a book inventory app. And that should be fun. That should be, we've learned a lot in the past week. So I think that applying that stuff to this new project is something we should do. Focus on accessibility. Make sure that it's available for screen readers and that the contrast is good. So we'll do stuff. We'll make sure we utilize some of those tools. So that'll be on Thursday. Catch you back here, day 20. Bye.